Mu Yuan's skeleton series is full of talents, not only Emperor Deadbone, but also heroes like Bone 2, Bone 3 Wave, Nigulasi and so on. Having another promising young recruit is simply the icing on the cake. He was in a good mood, but his heart had already flown to the neighboring Treeman Forest. With the first recruit having a crit mechanism, this means I can directly recruit the rare 1-star ancient Treeman here in Treeman Forest. The third excellent tier troop in the territory. Who would have thought it would fall on the new troop type? Troop recruitment can actually be activated with a single thought, but after all, this was the first time. To make it feel more ceremonial, the great Lord Mu Yuan came to the Treeman Forest in the east, riding a skeleton warhorse. Stepping into the forest was a completely different experience from a skeletal cemetery. The sun passes through the lush foliage, casting mottled shadows. The scent of grass and trees pervades all around, refreshing the spirits of those who come. Without a doubt, this is an excellent dwelling place. The lush trees seem to sway slightly as if welcoming his arrival. Walking all the way to a large arch formed by the entwined branches and leaves of 2 ancient trees, Mu Yuan stepped inside. Just like a mound, inside the root archway exists a large space. This is the true troop building. Around the surroundings, everything has been factually transformed by its influence. Inside the archway, it's also like an ancient forest. Under the ancient trees are the faint projections of small trees. Ding. Prompt. Current recruitable troops available is 30. Subsequently, 10 units can be recruited every month, and a maximum of 100 units can be stored for recruitment. Prompt. Do you want to recruit 30 times? The total consumption of the recruitment is 1,500 grams of soul sand. Yes. The 30 consecutive draws have begun. Within the recruitment space, the projection of a small tree falls, like a luminous aura plunging into the earth. Following that, a bud breaks through the soil, growing within a dozen or so breaths. In an instant, a Treeman covered in numerous tender green leaves, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, with roots for feet, had come before Mu Yuan. At first glance, it is no different from the normal small tree if it doesn't move and roots itself to the ground. Treeman tier, rare 1-star, skill, entangle, a skill that allows tree branches or roots to extend quickly and entangle enemies, even binding them to death. Mu Yuan ordered the Treeman to give it a try. The Treeman moves very slowly. Once it roots itself to the ground, it takes even more time to pull itself out. But when it uses the entangle skill, it extends and shoots out its roots at extreme speed. This is indeed an excellent control skill. The Lord's territory lacks strong control skills. Treeman move slowly, but as territory defense troops stationed in a stronghold, they are extremely suitable. In addition to this skill, Treeman themselves possess some characteristics, such as when they root themselves to the ground, they can blend with the surrounding forest environment, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to detect them. Also, when rooted, Treeman's recovery ability can greatly increase. Perhaps it even has the function of enriching the fertility of the soil. The current Treeman might still be small, but as it swiftly advances in the initial stages, it can quickly grow into a towering tree. Soon enough, 2 Treeman guards, rare 3-star troops, similar to the current Treeman but with thicker branches and darker color, seeming to possess stronger defense power, have also walked out from the recruitment. Following that, an ancient Treeman, with a far more robust. It may also just be a small tree 2 or 3 meters tall, but it emanates a strange air of antiquity, slowly walked out. It has bluish-green leaves with round and appetizing green fruits on it. Its roots are extremely strong, like brown pythons roaming on the ground. It swayed its branches and slightly bowed its body as if showing reverence. Ancient Treeman tier, excellent 1-star, skills, entangle, fruit missile, talent, natural breathing. Natural breathing can absorb the essence of grass and trees to slowly increase its basic abilities, or temporarily enhance the power of skills to a medium degree. The essence extracted from the grass and trees can also be returned to the forest. Having a natural talent, This ancient tree man is undoubtedly one of the more excellent individuals among the high-tier soldiers. But it's still not a perfect individual. It can also be completed in the process of evolution. That is, the tree man series are at least rare one-star troops. They are strong but limited in numbers, and continued evolution may take a considerable amount of time. However, even without evolution, leveling up this ancient tree man would make it strong enough. It will be the guardian tree of the territory. You will stay in the forest of tree men from now on and improve your strength as much as you can. The initial leveling speed of high-tier troops will be faster. Mu Yuan takes out a soul crystal and hands it over. The tree man stretches out a branch to take it, and a somewhat blurred and old face appears on its trunk. As you wish, my lord. What a surprise! It's a tree demon granny. The tree demon granny is still of a lower level. At this time, she may not be as strong as a level 9 big goblin. Naturally, for such an important area as Dreamon Forest, Mu Yuan needs to arrange elite troops to guard it. Summoning undead troops won't do. Their compatibility with tree men is too poor, even if the troops are loyal. As a good lord, Mu Yuan would make better arrangements when conditions permit. Mu Yuan therefore dispatched several strong shooters, and a group of silver slimes to patrol the area. Just after the trial ended and the official lords stepped into a new world, they were all busy, especially Mu Yuan. Typically, newly appointed lords wouldn't use all their territories. While recruiting refugees and building various facilities, they would also slowly expand their territories. By doing this, they leave enough buffer area and can detect monsters entering their territory immediately. Mu Yuan also wanted to leave enough buffer zones, but unfortunately, the buildings of the two troop types took up too much space. This must be the trouble of being too successful. He had to disperse his troops and constantly control several hurricane warhawks and battle hawks to patrol around the territory. His Tanyuan territory was not weak in terms of military force, but after the area expanded more than 10 times, it was somewhat stretched thin. If a monster tide of thousands were to attack at this point, there would be inevitable losses. In response to this, Mu Yuan started enhancing the power of the territory. He took out 3 optional breakthrough materials from the basic gifts and thought briefly. At this point, there were not a few apprentice great perfection and half-step career-level masters in the Tanyuan territory. In the skeleton series, the bones numbered up to 20 were already full of experience. The Imperial Guard and the strong shooters, under the baptism of gifts, also reached the great perfection level. So, Mu Yuan called Hong Yi, Lu Liu, and 17 and left these 2 and a soul with the quota. After the mutation, Hong Yi's combat power skyrocketed, and once she broke through, she could become the 3rd strongest under Emperor Deadbone and Duo Lei. For the rest of the skeletons, Imperial Guards, strong shooters, and slimes that met the conditions, Mu Yuan sent them off for a round of cultivation in the Breakthrough Dojo. In half a month at the shortest, the professional level capability of Tanyuan territory will surge. Even now, there are 9 professional level masters here. Oh, not just that. I almost forgot about myself. As a lord, I am also at a professional level, and even the best among this level, I could easily defeat Bone 2, Hong Yi, and even Duo Lei. It's not that he is arrogant. It's just that he is actually that strong. After being promoted to the official lord players also gain a distinctive ability, the Lord's Power. There are several ways for players to wield supernatural power, of which the Lord's Power is the most promising. However, even the Lord's Power has a few minor drawbacks. Players need to be as clean as possible, especially at lower stages when the control over power is relatively limited. This is why Lord Shepherd didn't want to use the Heritage Stone or even some treasures with attribute tendencies. Lord's Power: the Lord can borrow the power of one type of his troops, and based on the troops' trust level, can exert 30% to 80% of their power. The ability can only be borrowed and switched from one troop type at a time, with a certain interval for use and conversion. Note: borrowing abilities will not affect the troop's own power. According to common theory, with troops that do not possess elementary wisdom and only act based on instinct and simple commands, the Lord naturally cannot increase their intimacy or trust. Therefore, the default is only able to borrow 30% of their power. However, 30% of a trump card's power is still not weak. It can transform a novice lord into a minor expert, easily triumphing over ordinary elite warriors. If it were mere broken bar. In the Treeman Forest, Mu Yuan closes his eyes, as though he looked into the void and saw twinkling orbs of light. They differed in sizes, some were bright while others were dim. These represent his own troops with whom he trades in contracts are the absolute direct force of a lord. He reached out, understanding swiftly how to utilize this. He lightly touched the thought in front of him, the orb that was completely black but shone incredibly bright, indicating the most brilliant individual and the highest trust. The next moment, Lord Shepherd opened his eyes. His palm slowly lifted, reaching shoulder height, with his palm facing up and he snapped his fingers. An invisible force spread out. Black fog poured out from his chest, enveloping his body in a flash. Arm guards appeared inch by inch on his arms. The silver armor in front of his body was shimmering as a black cape swayed in the wind. A broken bar in the blink of an eye. Mu Yuan's light armor was replaced by silver armor that matched the dead bones, and he held a giant bone sword in his hand. A broken bar. It seems that exclusive weapons couldn't be freeloaded. A broken bar. Fortunately, he only freeloaded the armor, and his body did not turn into sinister white bones. Reminder, you are temporarily granted the professional rank Skeleton Mortician. Reminder, you have acquired temporary skills Cleave, Charge, Undead Resurrection, Sorrow of Skeleton, Giant Beast of Death Remains. Upgrade, you have gained the talent Death Extraction, Undead Domination. Reminder, you have gained the Hero's Aura. Power surged out. Great Lord Shepherd in skeleton armor version walked to an open space at the edge of the Treeman Forest, wielding his sword lightly. Moments into the swing, a several-meter-long black sword flare trailed behind, eventually striking the ground silently, leaving a sharp fissure over 10 meters long. Even Giant Beast of Death Remains, Withered Bone Land, and other abilities Dead Bone created or realized, he could instinctively use. If the trust level is not high enough, you may not be able to borrow some high-level skills that are stated in the Lord's Guide. But, Lord Shepherd directly maxed out, carrying 80% of the power of General Dead Bone. He could almost be regarded as a mini Dead Bone. No, that's not right. He himself is a professional superpower. The energy within him is endless. After borrowing the power from the Lord's power, it blends with his own power and pushes the limit. This is why the Lord needs to be as clean as possible. Otherwise, the two powers will clash. There's no danger, but some powers might cancel out and dissipate. At this time, having borrowed the power, Mu Yuan undoubtedly surpassed Dead Bone in terms of physical strength, spirit, energy, etc. This was the suppression of values. General Dead Bone might simply refer to himself as Little Mu Yuan. However, even though I possess all of Dead Bone's skills, the techniques and experience can't be freeloaded. I have to perform it myself. Of course, my technique is not weak either. Let's just say he's at 55 with Dead Bone. Mu Yuan dispelled the skeleton armor and took a break before continuing his experiment with the Lord's power. This time he borrowed the power of Duo Lei. An invisible force permeated. Unexpectedly, after borrowing it, his body armor did not change, probably because Duo Lei himself did not wear clothes. But Mu Yuan touched the back of his head. What was with this flowing long hair feeling? It couldn't be that Duo Lei's body was long-haired, could it? Later, he borrowed the abilities of generals such as Hong Yi, Lu Liu, 17, and so on. When borrowing Lu Liu's power, transforming into the Royal Guard, the heavy armor he wore gave him a strong sense of security. He would have to focus on cultivating Lu Liu in the future. The most intriguing experience was borrowing the power of June. Feeling like a druid, he transformed into a storm falcon soaring above the sky, mastering the power of wind. Returning, his clothes were free of dust. Lord's power, transformation power, as. On the other hand, the transformation was difficult when using Duo Lei's power. He almost transformed into a naked running man. It required skill and practice, which suggested that Duo Lei's comprehension was not bad. Lord Shepherd transformed into a storm falcon and flew back to the Mage Tower. The skeleton warhorse, which had just shown some usefulness, was tossed aside by him again. It's time to usher in the era of major construction. Although I earned a fair amount of soul crystals from this battle, throwing them into construction might not produce much impact, as there are too many areas that need money at the outset. I need to save a little. Yuan pondered. He flipped through the Lord's Guide again and again, opened group chat and forums to see if there were any valuable experiences to learn from. The newcomer group got lively after half a day of silence. I loared at everyone saying, Xiaomu Domain has become one of the official designated transfer points in the Twilight Plains area. If anyone wants to buy or transport something, Xiaomu Domain can receive it and even deliver it to your door, with a 9.8% discount on shipping charges. This was an official lord. As one of the best among the official camp lords, he had just been promoted and received a transfer point slot, meaning a large number of trade and transportation through official channels in the nearby area would go through Xiaomu Domain. Within a few months at most, Xiaomu Domain would flourish, becoming the center of the surrounding territories, a hub of coming and going. According to this lord, within a week at the latest, officials would gather a batch of workers and troop types from near city to settle in and start large-scale construction in Xiaomu Domain. This was an advantage of the official lords. There's always people ready and resources can be mobilized quickly. Even if they slack off or lie down doing nothing, they can still hold on to their secure job as an Iron Lord. Some lords who have accepted investments from large groups need to construct or plant requested resources according to contract requirements, but many people at this moment can obtain a batch of materials, such as seeds for special crops, etc. The second-generation lord is the most extravagant of all. Although they still have limitations on transporting treasures from reality into the eternal world, they can spend a lot of money and energy to transport materials over distance and across cities in the eternal world. Nevertheless, over-distance logistics is quite difficult and dangerous, and most rich second generations at most can only purchase resources from nearby cities. Furthermore, even if their parents could send them high-rank remnant souls of troop types, these newborn strong soldiers equipped with wisdom may not necessarily be in their control. Lords are already upper middle class, they have to rely on themselves in the end. But they still have a huge advantage. It could be said that the power of Krypton gold is truly revealed after the trial, while non-whales will find it difficult to proceed with the construction of their territory. So, what is my path to development? Independent Lord Common Player Yuan began to ponder. Being an independent lord is not necessarily a dead end. In addition to external investment, Krypton gold, support from elders, etc., there are also some money-making methods for the lord in the early stages. For example, the lord can apply to assume the role of pioneer territory. Since newly promoted territories are located on the outermost edge of the Taixuan Alliance, this will attract many old players to come and explore the surrounding environment and earn gold. The lord of pioneer territory can essentially earn money while lying down. Buy gold-making materials from old players at a low price. Ordinary players find it difficult to transport large quantities of materials, sell supplies at a high price, run lodging businesses, etc. If old players discover resources in the wilderness, the Lord of Pioneer Territory can obtain the priority right to own these resources after paying a reward. The cooperation between the Lord of the Pioneer Territory and the Ranger players is a win-win situation. There are drawbacks too. Pioneer Territory will inevitably mix some fish and dragons. This is obviously not suitable for Tanyuan Territory, which Yuan dismissed. Besides, leasing the Lord's altar, building for cultivation, and barracks, etc., is also not suitable for him. Once Tanyuan Territory grows stronger, with enough scale and stable order, he might consider opening it to players, but at the moment, it's best to keep a low profile and grow quietly. After much thought, Yuan territory seems to have to go down the path of resource export type territory. But unlike most resource territories, his Yuan territory will not go down the low-end route. Well, that's not exactly right. Ordinary products such as jade crystal rice and red blood fruit can also be produced. The more profits, the better. With a gold fertile soil special building, even if he only plants ordinary crops, he can get far more returns than other lords. But high-end soil naturally matches high-end crops. Yuan was pondering that he could transplant a few snake blood fruit trees from the distant snake man tribe here, saving a considerable amount of growth time, and then plant another batch. There's also vitality spring water. The production of this special material is almost all profit. If I can get an alchemy hut and some potion formulas with vitality spring water as the main ingredient, I can make even more money. Lord Shepherd pondered need while sitting at the desk in the Mage Tower, writing and drawing with his pen. After a while, he muttered and opened the territory interface. A screen full of various information immediately appeared, which was completely different from the youthful version he had seen earlier. Yuan territory. Level 1 territory. Faction, Yuan Alliance. Buildings, omitted. Units, omitted. Civilians, none. Buildable buildings, watchtower, residential houses, fence, farmland, guiding landmark, 3/3, understanding keystone, 1-1. Upgrade conditions. After the promotion to level 1 territory, the Lord can directly construct miracle buildings remotely, and can also consume resources such as soul sand to repair damaged miracle buildings. Some buildings don't even require miracle blueprints to be built directly. The watchtower, residential houses, fences, and farmland, these 4 basic items, are the important reliance for the newly promoted Lord to build the territory. Among them, the farmland is rich and contributes to the growth of crops. It is precisely because of the miracle of farmland, crops such as jade crystal rice and golden wheat are easy to plant and have a high yield. After the territory is upgraded, it can unlock new buildable buildings, such as arrow tower and turret. However, no matter how the territory is upgraded, only basic buildings can be provided. For high-level buildings of rare rank, the Lord still has to use gold coins to construct it. The number of buildings that can be built is always limited. The Lord cannot enjoy the joy of building at will unless he can obtain the legendary unlimited blueprints, which can be directly integrated into the territory and have an unlimited number of constructions. In the list of constructible buildings, there are 2 special buildings: the guiding landmark and the understanding keystone. The former has the function of attracting and absorbing displaced people, and only 3 can be built in a level 1 territory. The latter allows the lost people from different regions, even possibly from various lost worlds, to communicate unhindered within the territory. Over time, players, territory citizens, and awakened self-conscious troops could gradually learn the common language of the Eternal Continent. Yuan quickly built it. Hint: you consumed 1 soul crystal. Understanding keystone is under construction. Rumblier. In the south of the territory, fragments of rocks appeared out of thin air. Inch by inch they came together, and in the blink of an eye formed a stele over 3 meters high, on which the faint shadow of universal text flickered. Yuan lightly pronounced in the universal tongue. He began to learn a little bit, finding that it was not hard, especially when he deeply gazed at the stele. He seemed to have the ability of photographic memory, and in a short while, he memorized dozens of words. This understanding keystone is kind of magical. Gurgle. Duolei also came here, gazing with wide eyes, and started speaking word by word. Soul sand tastes good. The taste of steel bars is not bad. The flame tastes like roast chicken. Lightning tastes a bit like mustard. Duolei is also learning fast. The dead bone stood in front of the understanding keystone for about 30 seconds. It didn't say anything and turned around to continue working. With the construction of the understanding keystone, the issue of the displaced people was brought up. The displaced can be recruited. Indeed, they do not have the loyalty of the troops, but most of them are solid and reliable people, because before they arrive in our territory, these displaced people have been wandering for a long time, and the Lord only needs to give a little sweet deal to turn into a heartless boss and squeeze them. Cough cough. Of course, this does not include a morally high lord like me. Most importantly, once the refugees come and join the territory, they are marked with the identity of the territory's citizens, and they will not and cannot easily go elsewhere. In his Tanyuan territory, infrastructure construction, logging, farming, making handicrafts, etc. All these ordinary tasks need common people to do. Troops with initial wisdom are far inferior to ordinary people when doing these tasks. He planned to demarcate a living area in the south of the territory to provide housing for civilians. The core area and the barracks to the east and west, etc., are set as restricted areas, separated by fences and watchtowers. That should do it. However, he will only officially recruit refugees after these areas have been planned and partitioned. Taixuan Alliance, capital city. In a lofty tower, within a loft, smoke was curling up. An old man was holding a tobacco pipe, exhaling wisps of smoke. The smoke seemed to blend with the clouds outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, making Zhao feel like he was in the midst of clouds. Not far from the old man was a young-looking man, clad in an indigo gown, his abundant long hair casually draped down to his waist. His statuesque figure and upright posture resembled a sculpture. The young man's hands were resting on his knees, and his eyes were focused in front. It seemed that he was looking not at capital Taixuan, but at Langsing profound country. Out there, a small city disappeared overnight. Most of it was destroyed by the monster tide, and a small part fell into the eternal world. The old man was still holding his tobacco pipe, looking out of the window. He could vaguely see the national destiny of profound country swirling amongst the clouds, vast and elusive, but still just a grain of rice in the vast ocean that is the eternal world. He said, "It is fate, at least, we cannot change it. What we can do is to try to ensure that when the merging happens, the profound country city falls within the range of the Taixuan Alliance, but there are still several vast wastelands within the Alliance's borders." A broken bar. After a pause, the old man looked at the young man in the gown. "Lushi, you will have to shake those territorial giants where life dictates. If persuasion doesn't work, then we'll have to eliminate them. Our Taixuan Alliance ... is not what it was 20 years ago." The very next day, Yuan woke up on a slightly hard bed inside the mage tower. Opening the windows, he took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh scent of vitality spring water, greeting the new and sunny day. At this moment, he was not in consciousness mode, but had actually entered the eternal world. After the Lord trial ended, Lord players could freely switch between consciousness mode and media mode, and through the Lord's altar, they could transport themselves into the eternal world. The transdimensional fee was very low, but he could only transport himself and not other players. After some pondering, if he stayed in the real world, his projection in the eternal world would still be his Achilles heel. But if he actually entered the eternal world, wouldn't that decrease his weaknesses from 2 to 1? Thinking back to the wanted criminal from the church he encountered last time, it seemed a broken bar safer to stay within the confines of his home in the eternal world. Either way, he had no intention of venturing out. Living in the Mage Tower was tolerable. He still paid long-term rent for his little villa in the real world, where he occasionally needed to pick up some items and a broken bar. The unused computer turned itself on and logged directly onto the Taixuan forum. Even while residing in the eternal world, he found that as long as he stayed within his territory, he could still control objects in reality that had been branded with the media imprint. It could be a computer or a mobile phone. Simply put, even after truly entering the eternal world, Lord Shepherd could still surf the internet. This was crucial. He usually browsed the forum for news and gathered intelligence. Surprisingly, not many players were now discussing the event of Tanyuan territory's ascendancy the day before, as another incident had attracted their attention. Big news. Langsing will finally be integrated into the eternal world. The constant appearance and expansion of the intersection region is a sign. If it cannot merge smoothly, it will be a disaster. But if it can land smoothly, opportunities may arise during the calamity. There are rumors that when ordinary people first step into the eternal world, they would randomly awaken a profession, halberd guard, strongman, and possibly militia or even little skeleton, but no matter which, all were keys to transcendent powers. Langsing might enter the era of professionals. The first generation were lords, the second generation hero rangers, and the third generation professionals. Yuan scratched his hair. He had just been promoted to a lord. Why were there so many changes in the situation so quickly? If Langsing was not safe, the eternal world definitely wouldn't be either. Yuan felt a bit uneasy, but since the forum was already open, he didn't want to waste it. He looked up some information related to refugees to avoid any pitfalls. It happened that the trials had just ended, and there were also many new lords asking questions on the forum. I started recruiting refugees today. I'm bold enough to ask, is it possible to recruit fair-skinned and good-looking girls? I don't expect soldier-type girls, but it seems possible with the civilians, right? What the hell are you thinking about? Upstairs? What are refugees? They are people with yellowish faces and thin muscles in ragged clothes. In fact, the refugees we recruit often look like people hit by famines and disasters in ancient times. Not only are their skins coarse and bony, but they can also barely read. Most of the time, the civilians we can recruit are these people. Of course, these civilians can still do basic work such as farmer, miner, forester, transporter, etc. If they can't, they can be taught and trained more. A senior lord explained. Occasionally, we can also find one or two talents among the refugees, such as teachers, herbalists, and carpenters, etc. That's roughly the upper limit of the talent cards we can draw. Any higher? Either you're an Huang type or you need a high-order guiding landmark. For example, official forging masters and pharmacists. These kinds of people are considered SR talents and often come with their own blueprints. If you can draw SR or SSR, it's not impossible to recruit a fair-skinned and beautiful girl. Remember 3 years ago, there was a lord of civilian origin who discovered a top talent with the appearance of a general among the refugees. This general, now known as the Invincible Hammer, is quite a powerful lord now. However, such lucky ones are rare, especially for newly ascended lords with weak foundations. Sometimes, whether or not advanced talents can be attracted is closely related to the level of development in the territory. Yuan didn't care about advanced talents. He mainly wanted a group of civilians to carry out basic construction in the territory. He couldn't rely solely on miracle buildings, and the miracles that could be built were also limited. No, he didn't need the high-level talents like generals, but Lord Shepherd still needed talents from other various professions. Yuan left the Mage Tower and headed south. Once he left the core area, wood fences had been constructed 200 meters south from the original soil wall. The fences were 2 meters high, with a wooden door in the middle left wide open and 2 sentries stationed there. Here was the boundary between the core area and the south area. There were boundaries to the east and the west as well. The terrain in the south area was flat and mostly barren, with only a few trees scattered here and there. These were mostly large trees that had survived the earlier sweep by the logging team, with a few trees camouflaging as treemen, standing guard in the area. There was no soldier type better suited for standing guard than treemen, not even skeletons. Besides, there were also some newly reclaimed ordinary farmlands, and a few level 1 residences. He had built only a few residences, not because he was reluctant to spend soul sand, but because allowing the settlers to build their own houses could improve their sense of belonging. That was how it was. Yuan simply walked and observed around the area, going straight to the edge of his territory, placing 3 ordinary and 1 rare guiding landmarks at intervals, with the furthest one being several hundred meters away from the south end of his territory. This was a little trick. Placing the guiding landmarks outside the territory range could slightly increase the number of refugees attracted. The downside was the distance from the territory, making it easy for the refugees to be attacked by monsters. To counter this, Yuan arranged for plenty of soldiers to patrol the surrounding area. Looking to the side, he saw Lu Liu, dressed in full armor but without a face mask, his eyes shining with bright lights. I leave the task of guiding the refugees to you. If there is anything you don't understand, You can ask me directly through a mental contact. Liu understands. If I fail in my duties, I will kill myself here. There was no need for that. Liu seemed slightly more serious after awakening his self-consciousness yesterday. His awakening was inevitable. It happened just a few hours after his breakthrough to the professional level. Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, 17, Hong Yi, and June, all of them also awakened their self-consciousness in succession after breaking through to the professional level. However, the non-human soldiers were not as articulate or fluent in human language as Liu and 17. After assigning the work to Liu and 17, Yuan walked away with his hands behind his back, just like an old carder patrolling the area. Over an hour later, to the south of Tanyuan territory, some tens of meters outside the furthest landmark, the fog suddenly thickened, enveloping the surrounding area. Figures of people in ragged clothes could be faintly seen within the fog, groping their way out. Recruiting refugees is one of the rules of the eternal world. Lost in the corners of the world, homeless, and yearning from the heart for a stable place, sometimes refugees receive a divine revelation, cross the fog barrier, and arrive at a new home. However, refugees are humble, and whether their new home is satisfying depends entirely on the Lord. Upon seeing these people in ragged clothes, eyes murky with fear, faces yellowed and thin, Yuan fell silent. These were all living human beings. What if Earth fell into the eternal world, scattering its people across wilderness? Decades later, would the descendants of Earth also become refugees like these? If he was not chosen by the eternal world, but rather was one of the many, would he someday have to embark on a survival journey? Yuan didn't know. He was just a new lord, able to provide these refugees only with food and shelter. Hint: 13 civilians have joined your territory. He had Liu fetch some vitality spring water, mix it into regular drinking water, and give it to the civilians to drink. He also took out some medicine, just in case it's needed. Of course, he was a lord, not a philanthropist. He couldn't afford to let the people idle. He had Liu quickly arrange for these people to begin construction work. Yuan spent most of his time in the Mage Tower, keeping an eye on his surroundings through the Hurricane Warhawk. General Deadbone led a small team to the ruins of the Snake Man tribe and built a rare lookout tower, which expanded their territorial view. From his position, Yuan could see the world without stepping out of the Mage Tower. Good. Once there are more civilians and they have settled down, we can arrange a group of people to pick the snake-scale fruits from the forest. Time slowly passed. Maybe because the guiding landmark was just built, the initial attraction to refugees was high. After about an hour, a group of refugees appeared at the border of the Tanyuan territory and, under Liu's guidance, settled down. When the third group of refugees appeared, they were pleasantly surprised. While registering their identities, Liu found that one of the refugees was a skilled carpenter who could make wooden poles, buckets, baskets, tables, and chairs. This was undeniably good news for the still rudimentary Tanyuan territory. After all, besides the furniture in houses, they weren't able to produce small tools. Yuan immediately arranged a single room for the carpenter. From morning till evening, construction was in full swing in the south of the territory. In a few days, new houses would be built. Although they might not compare to the comfort and facilities of ordinary residences, they were certainly more practical than the crudely built huts of the Deadbone and the skeletons. On the west side, the skeletons that were not on an expedition lay in grave pits, enjoying the joy of leveling up while lying flat. The tree demon Granny, due to her high rank and Yuan's additional materials, had now advanced past LV4, growing from 3 to 6 meters. Deadbone was exploring the surroundings of the Snake Man tribe. Duo Lei transformed into Mining Maiden, constantly excavating, reshaping the terrain of the territory. The daylight in the Eternal Continent was longer than Earth's, making the 997 working hours seem particularly reasonable. Even at the end of the day, the glow of the evening sun had not yet faded, casting long shadows of the bustling people across the Tanyuan territory, creating a warm and busy scene. At this time, outside the territory, hundreds of meters away from the guiding landmark, The thick white fog surged again, engulfing the surrounding forest, and people started to emerge. Cough, cough, where is this? The man in front had a thick beard, almost reaching his earlobes. He wore a rough cloth short shirt, his muscular arm exposed. His naturally bronze skin gleamed in the golden twilight as if cast from steel. He hugged a tiny little girl with one hand and held a black hammer in the other, still stained with a bit of blood that hadn't dried yet. He gasped for breath. Desperation lingered deep in his eyes. But when he saw the white fog around him begin to fade away, revealing the lush, robust forest, his eyes turned vacant. Is this? Wait, could it be? We've been guided by the divine. In the depth of their hearts, these downtrodden civilians received revelation. As long as they keep heading north, they would find a haven where they could take refuge. Casting aside their panic and shock, they set out northward, guided by instinct and the divine sign. The burly man with a bronze complexion seemed to have experienced a realization. He understood more. His grandfather was a Lord Tanmin. However, their territory was eventually destroyed, and his grandfather fell in the resulting battle. The surviving citizens fortuitously hid in an isolated mountain valley and managed to live on. Generation after generation, unable to unlock their extraordinary power, they gradually forgot their past, and their world was confined to the valley and the sky above it. Even the burly Li Erniu could only learn some techniques of forging, equipment enhancing, and physical training from the few tattered pages passed down by his grandfather, and gain some knowledge about the outside world through the sparse written words. Yet, the isolated valley was not forever safe. It was discovered by monsters not too long ago. Li Erniu led the villagers in a desperate escape, but in the end, yes, seemed like he survived. Having survived the calamity, Li Erniu felt exceptionally grateful. Thank heavens for the divine guidance. But before he finished speaking, a dozen or more massive wolves, each over a meter tall, sprang from the rustling bushes. Miserable guidance. He hadn't even seen the legendary Tanmin territory yet, but found himself surrounded by monstrous wolves once more. It seemed forever impossible to escape the whirlpool of fate, and despair once again enveloped him. Li Erniu, who was nearly exhausted, could only a broken bar. Squawk tilde. A loud, clear shriek echoed from the sky. A huge grey shadow dived down, casting a vast shadow before them. Its sharp eyes fixed on the pack of wolves, it let out an angry, disdainful shriek, as if to say, how dare these mere wolves be so audacious near Tanyuan territory, they're courting their own death. With a swing of its luminous wings, the wind surged at its command, gathering around the giant bird, forming a visible green storm that pierced through the sky. Wish tilde. The fierce wind stirred about. Sharp blades of wind carved out glaring scars on the ground. Howls of wolves echoed from within the green storm as their blood mixed with the wind. After a moment, the wind gradually died down, and the ash-green giant bird slowly landed before them. Out of the wolf's lair, they were into the bird's nest. The vast external world turned out to be so dangerous. Cold sweat dripped down Li Erniu's forehead. If it was the wolves from earlier, he could perhaps defeat one or two of them with his all-out efforts. However, if he were to fight this bird head-on, he might not even provide it with a mouthful. This was the end. Yet, he incredulously realized that the giant bird did not approach any further. Instead, disdain flashed in its eyes as if it found the humans foolish. Then it pointed frantically at some distance with a wing, uttering several impatient squawks. How slow these humans were. Hurry up and leave. I still have to fly for my next shift. Name? Li Erniu. Gender? Male. Any special skills? In the southern living area of Tanyuan territory, in front of a crude registration point for displaced residents, a few imperial guards, having removed their heavy full-body armor and wearing only light clothing, had fetched steaming porridge mixed with some vitality spring water, and placed it next to the registration point. Imperial Guard Captain, Lulu, was responsible for guiding the refugees, registration, introduction, and job assignment. This task had the burly man, who usually only knew about fighting, sweating profusely. He felt that charging into battle for 3 consecutive days was more comfortable than this. Even so, Lulu meticulously carried out the tasks assigned by the Lord, paying attention to every detail in inquiry and registration, not missing any detail. Under his watchful eye, which appeared to emit a bright divine light, the refugees were obedient and kept themselves in order. Even when night fell, the firelit citizens were still busy, feeling like they had insurmountable energy, full of excitement, but also slightly apprehensive. Li Erniu was somewhat uneasy. He wasn't sure if his blacksmithing skills would be appreciated by the Lord, or if he could lead the surviving villagers to truly settle down here. If I could unlock supernatural power, have the legendary class, I would surely gain the Lord's favor, wouldn't I? But he didn't inherit any of his grandfather's power. He was just a common man with a bit of strength. A common man? Mu Yuan opened the territory panel, and the civilian column showed 87 in the population count. After clicking into it, he could clearly see the information of the loyal citizens. Iron shovel, male. Big fish, male. Papaya, female. Li Daqiang, male. But beyond that, there were no other details, indicating these citizens were quite ordinary. This was true for most of them. If the citizens had anything special such as classes, skills, or other characteristics, it would be shown on their profile. The previous carpenter had the label skilled woodworker, representing affirmation of his talent. However, compared to the SR card in front of him, the carpenter was basically an N. Li Erniu, male. Skills, furnace forging method, furnace strengthening method, big and small hammer chaotic hammer method. The forging method, according to the information description, can create rare equipment as long as material is sufficient. But Li Erniu seemed to think he was just an ordinary blacksmith. The strengthening method was more special. By utilizing the blacksmith's building and consuming a certain amount of soul sand, equipment could be made more sharp, robust, and hard, gaining +1, +2, +3 enhancement effects. The enhancement limit for regular equipment is +3. The enhancement limit for rare equipment is +6. Li Erniu sure is a master of upgrading. However, there's a failure rate for enhancement, and the higher the enhancement level, the higher the failure rate. Once failed, the equipment would be damaged at the least, or even shattered at worst. Mu Yuan. Where did Li Erniu learn this strengthening method? As long as the enhancement doesn't exceed 3 levels, there shouldn't be any issues, right? In this way, the soul sand costs aren't that high, but the improvement in the troops' combat power is quite significant. So, the cost effectiveness is quite high. There's no need to seem too eager. I will arrange for Li Erniu to work in the blacksmith's shop tomorrow. With the influx of hundreds of civilians, Tanyuan territory became much livelier, and they could produce some small items themselves now. If Langxing completely merges with the eternal world in the future, it would probably be hard to obtain supplies from the real world. That is to say, before the environment drastically changes, Tanyuan territory has to be built into a self-sufficient place. About this, Mu Yuan only hoped for a talented chef to come. He was currently eating at Langxing every day. The food in the eternal world, even though the food made by the skeletons was so good that it was said to be fit for a king, none of the other awakened troops knew how to cook. The citizens knew a bit, but it was only just a bit. It'll take some time, but sooner or later, I'll recruit some refugee chefs. Maybe one day a trop chef will even appear. However, as the number of refugees increases, Lulu and the others seem to be struggling to manage. Thus, Mu Yuan reinitiated his remnant soul purchase plan. In addition to buying surplus remnant souls like little skeletons and slimes, he also purchased some ordinary ones. Tar militia, which were the cheapest human troops. They could evolve into the 2-star spearmen, and subsequently into the halberd garden big halberdier. Human troops are responsible for internal affairs. They patrol the territory, handle security management, and also deal with some city defense duties. The other main troops are for external affairs. They're responsible for exploration, external dispatch, and territorial conquest. The next day, Mu Yuan sat inside the mage tower, holding 2 soul crystals in his hands. As he breathed, he absorbed thin, pure, white energy that flowed through his whole body. He was cultivating. After loading the duo-lei template with the power of the Lord, even a blank Lord was able to absorb soul sand and slowly but steadily improve himself. Once the template was dismissed and the duo-lei power disappeared, the basic attributes gained from absorbing soul sand remained. This was merely a bit of the wonder of the power of the Lord. The power of the Lord, from beginner to rise above the sky. After finishing a satisfying routine of cultivation, Lord Shepherd checked his system panel. Yuan territory. Civilians, 123. Troops. Skeleton series, 530. The count had increased by 279 from before, thanks to recruitment in the skeleton cemetery, residuals after the Legion of Death's operation, as well as external purchases. Among them, apart from little skeletons and dead bones, there were also skeleton generals 10, skeleton warriors 130, and skeleton soldiers 100. The number of troops at each level hadn't changed much, but the skeleton series evolution points had accumulated up to 560 units. With a little more, the dead bone could take another step forward. Slime series, 150. No change in the number of troops at all levels, only accumulating as much as possible. Its evolution points had reached 320 units. Wandering Spirit series, 125. 12 resentful spirits and 55 ghosts had evolved. The Watchtower, Archer, and Battle Falcon hadn't changed much overall, only evolving a few individual rare-level entities. The fourth main branch, the Treeman, remained the same in numbers. Most of them stayed in the forest, while a few took root in the south area. They were closer to the Treeman forest and also benefited from the blessing effect of the Treeman forest. The third type of patrol troop, the militia, had just been recruited, numbering 30 at present. Yuan didn't expect these militiamen to be very strong. However, as long as they were evolved to the halberd guard stage, even at level 1 or 2, they could naturally open their wisdom. In this way, they could be competent for some simple patrol tasks under Lulu's leadership. The cheap and easy-to-get remnant souls of the militia were much easier to buy. It might not take long. A new high-order troop could be spawned above the big halberdier. Overtaking Lu 6:17. Just as he thought this, he saw a militia walking down from the Lord's altar, with a faint apostrophe +0.01 rising from its body. The militia was faintly resonating with a powerful shooter on the nearby watchtower and a patrolling Imperial Guard. Yuan caught onto something. In his sublimation, when the power of the mind was maximized, the invisible and intangible evolution points turned into differently colored light balls in his eyes, with blurred images flowing within. The total number of light balls was 8. Representing the evolution power of 8 types of troops. At this moment, as his intentions spread and perhaps also due to meeting certain prerequisites, 3 of the light balls gradually fused together. Human evolution points, Watchtower evolution points, Archer evolution points. The 3 became blurred, and after a few breaths, they formed a brighter light ball, with vague shadows within it that looked like all beings of the mortal world. Human evolution points. 13.56. The points were precisely the sum of the former 3. Great Lord Shepherd understood. He didn't leave the Mage Tower, but simply followed an instinct deep within, pointing at a distant archer, a patrolman, and a militia. The next moment, 11 units were deducted from the human evolution points, and the 3 types of troops began to sublimate in the brilliant white light, as if they were graced by a celestial. The changes in Evo power had altered Yuan's purchasing plan. This had to do with the number of eligible types of soldiers, and perhaps also with his breakthrough into the first-order professional level. Would there be changes in the future? He wasn't sure. He just needed to control the present. Sentries and archers belong to the human category. Skeletons and ghosts belong to the undead category. As for Treeman, its affiliation was not a plant but it belonged to the nature category. This could be understood from the effects of Treeman Forest. Having thought of this, Yuan was flipping the information about types of soldiers and eventually decided to select 2 types of remnant souls in Nature series for trial purchase. On the northern side, around 30 or 40 kilometers from Yuan territory, a large blue-gray bird was soaring through the clouds. Its piercing eyes were peering through the faint white mist that shrouded the earth, looking around from a high and observing everything. From time to time, it would let out a refreshing squawk. I, the bird master, am no longer weak. Thinking back, it had to be extremely careful even just flying out once. Just a few harpies could chase it into a near-death state. Now, with the vast world and boundless earth, where couldn't it, the bird master, go? Whoosh. A few giant birds with large bodies screamed over from the distant sky. With their tawny wings, they seemed like giant bloody hawks, which were the bloody warhawks, the rare two-star monsters, and there were as many as 7 of them. June, the bird with limited cultural knowledge, couldn't identify them. He just felt that these big birds were bigger than him, seeming a bit hard to mess with. Of course, the bird master wasn't scared, just thinking it was unnecessary, since it was still on a mission for its lord. Else a few red-feathered birds. The bloody warhawks turned their heads, seemingly sensing something. Stormfalcon and June instinctively shook, then with a whirl towards the ground, it whirled into the vast forest in the blink of an eye, avoiding a disaster. Avoiding an unnecessary conflict. It continued heading north, upholding its mission. June avoided several conflicts, beat up a few smaller monsters, and, upon discovering an important target, proactively turned on the field of view sharing, sending the information to the great, supreme, noble lord. The goblin army that attacked the territory before probably came from this tribe. Yuan speculated. In June's field of view was a monster settlement roughly equivalent in size to the Snake Man tribe. However, just several days later, it had become abandoned and occupied by a group of jackal men. The whole tribe was reduced to a mess due to their disorderly searches. This was his property. How could he tolerate such a humiliation? He immediately dispatched General Duo Lai, who rode a hurricane warhawk to launch an airdrop. Apart from this tribe, June also discovered several noticeable large monster camps on his way north and encountered countless professional-level monsters. The Eternal Continent indeed was fraught with crises. He had no doubts that if he continued to fly downwards, he would bump into elite-level monsters, or even warlord-level monsters. It also had to do with June flying northward. The farther to the north, the deeper into the wilderness. Toward the south was the Yuan Alliance, and the distance from the nearest official town would be about a few hundred kilometers. That's quite far away. The official settlements, however, were considerably closer, at less than 100 kilometers away. He could visit sometime, dispatching a general, and with him, Lord Shepherd, pointing the way through the spiritual link. It was almost as if he had been there in person. But it was not necessarily safe to go south, into the territory of the Yuan Alliance. There are also dangerous and uninhabitable places in the territory of the Yuan Alliance, where no human territories are found. Even if you travel thousands of miles deep into these regions, you would struggle to find a sign of human life. New territories in several southern provinces of Yuan country, period after period, year after year, are scattered across the Twilight Plains. The Twilight Plains is a general term, inside which are dark forests, lava lands, extremely cold frosty forests, among other perilous areas where new territories would not be established. The areas surrounding where the newcomers are born are either full of weak monsters or fraught with danger, but both types fall within the scope of low-risk zones. But when lords keep expanding and exploring, they might bump into a high-risk zone one day. Yuan hardly leaves his house, but his mind is always busy. One thought to browse the images shared by June, one thought to guide Duo Lai, one thought watches over the territory, occasionally giving directions to Lilu, one thought controls several hurricane warhawks, probing around Yuan territory unceasingly. Under such circumstances, he still has a thought left to place orders for remnant souls on the forum and glance briefly at the situations of other players. Guys, managing refugees isn't easy. Dozens of people are all over the place, and if you're not careful, there'll be fights, or they might just starve to death. A broken bar. Help, how do I handle this? No kidding, I just arranged for these refugees to go out mining, and more than a dozen starved to death. They are so fragilely delicate, and the looks those refugees gave me seemed a bit off. Troublemakers. All of them are troublemakers. Lord, you may have violated the Convention on Citizen Management. Please take note. Many newly entered lords complain. Some people think that goblins and such troops are the troublemakers. They like to run around here and there, difficult to command. It is only when dealing with refugees do they realize the difficulty. Moreover, the lords have to worry about finance, construction, security and many other issues. All are overwhelming to them, and their troops are only capable of fighting or killing, can't do anything else. There are solutions. You all can hire players with managerial skills, or look for talents among the civilians, and grant them some positions, allowing civilians to manage civilians. But the former is not reliable enough, the latter requires a fair amount of time to observe and find, and is also not as reliable as having your own troops. Lords prefer to rely on their own troops, who are extremely loyal and will unconditionally execute orders. Mu Yuan looks at Lu Liu and 17 who are guiding the refugees. Looks at the dead bone who leads the team on his own to explore. Looks at Hong Yi who silently tears down the fleeing monsters around the territory and June who doesn't need his concern and sends back images from time to time. He nods slightly. The troops with self-consciousness are really good. However, thinking of the second-generation lords who are spending a lot of Krypton gold, and with the support of their elders, introducing large numbers of precious troops and miracle buildings, he feels himself quite insignificant. He was far from being strong enough. An experienced lord said, "The best way to share the heavy workload is to recruit soldiers with self-awareness and exceptional talents, or simply cultivate a hero." It's like a casual remark from an expert. Everyone knows that a hero is a lord's right-hand man, but those who can really have a hero are almost all experienced lords. If they were experienced lords, wouldn't they have better things to worry about besides these trivial matters? Generally speaking, the hero's proof is extremely rare, but you new lords indeed have an opportunity to recruit a hero. Even small, it is still an opportunity everyone can try. It is the every 3-year Hero Festival. This is a unique mechanism of a secret realm, and a part of welfare the Eternal World gives to the new lords. When the festival starts, the entrance to the secret realm will connect to all the new territories, and now, it has been 2.5 years since the last 3-year period. Guys, make sure to seize the opportunity. Back then, I just missed a strong, full-bodied, seductive female hero, a regret for my lifetime. The exact start time of the Hero Spirit Festival is not accurate, with an error of more than 2 months. He checked the information and found a huge hero tavern there for many lords to compete in. Not only are there ordinary heroes here, but there are also a few who have made a name for themselves in the history of the Eternal World with legendary deeds. The competition is not entirely based on strength. Sometimes it's all about the luck of the draw. Therefore, many ordinary lords howled excitedly. Mu Yuan looked in a mirror. He was majestic, but he preferred to rely on his talent to earn his living. Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. At this moment, he received a message from General Deadbone. Familiarity, who had been exploring and delving deep into a certain place for a long time, had finally returned. During the Lord trial, there were 2 big monster tides attacking Tanyuan territory. The goblin tribe has already been discovered, and the other one. Mu Yuan's perspective followed the camera bird to the northwest of Tanyuan territory, just over 1,000 meters from the border of his territory. There, the earth had sunk and formed a massive pit sloping downward. He had a skeleton warrior kick down a few chunks of debris. The debris rolled down quickly and then disappeared without a trace or echo. The pit was deep, and Deadbone had been exploring along it before, but now they had made a discovery. Are you saying that not only is there a tribe underground, but there's also a vast underground space? There is a 99.98% likelihood, Deadbone said. Mu Yuan could see the serious expression on his skeleton face, which read, "This is too dangerous. The number of enemies is unknown, they are hiding underground, the threat to our territory is too great. What's worse is, if targeted by the underground enemy, will the surface of Tanyuan territory collapse? Indeed it's risky." Mu Yuan nodded. His worries were justified, and it was necessary to work out and eliminate the underground threat as soon as possible. For this mission, the General Dead Bone called upon Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, as well as Hong Yi and other powerful beings in his territory, together with dozens of elites to descend into the pit. The path along the way was winding, with dust occasionally showering down and stones occasionally hitting the helmet of the skeleton warriors, creating a crisp clanging sound. Such underground tunnels are, of course, extremely dangerous, and if attacked by an ambush, it could easily lead to annihilation. Prudent Deadbone would have anticipated this. He had resentful spirits such as Hong Yi traverse the rocky crevices, scouting hundreds of meters around in advance, to eliminate the possibility of any ambushes. Occasionally, the traces of artificial excavation could be found at some narrower junctions. After advancing several thousand steps like this, the narrow tunnel suddenly opened into a large hall. The floor was flat, like hard tiles had been laid. Stepping on it produced just a dull sound. The walls were lined with burned-out torches, revealing traces of civilization. After leaving this hall, the environment returned to its primitive state. Nevertheless, it was not dim. In the rugged and complex underground space, moss could be seen everywhere, growing on the rock walls, and spreading a faint fluorescence in the dark silence. The arrival of the skeletons broke the silence, and the banging sounds echoed around the cavern, reverberating uncountable meters away. With more manpower this time, Deadbone commanded his troops to scatter and explore in all directions. Soon, Yuan summed up two pieces of news. The good news is that the underground space is also extending in the northwest direction and is not located directly under his Yuan territory. The bad news is that this place is a bit too big. Is it reasonable for such a vast, mysterious, and dangerous underground space to exist next to the territory of a rookie like him? Its existence is logical, Yuan continues. With the perspective of the camera bird, he keeps moving forward. Along the way, his troops killed numerous monsters attracted by the noise. Caves people, crypt spider, ghoul, skeleton soldiers, and so on. Skeleton warriors, when slaying skeleton soldier monsters, were equally decisive, even more efficient, thanks to their familiarity. Thus, they explored and slew enemies along the way, and by following some noticeable traces, Yuan's skeletons and ghosts found a monster tribe in less than half a day. A tribe where the campfire has burned out, stone houses are broken, and corpses are scattered all around. These corpses include caves people, crypt assassins, worms, and so on. There are also two powerful beings who appear to be Dark Night Stalkers, seeming as though they were smack dead against the rock wall by some enormous force, their bodies blurred and half-blurred into paste. Huge claw marks are left on the rock walls and on the ground. These are claw marks larger than humans. In the heart of the tribe, they find a blood altar, but the altar has already completely shattered. Even when Deadbone went forward and lightly touched it, no prompt sound arose. Yuan rubbed his chin. It doesn't seem like this tribe of monsters evacuated like the goblins did. Some stayed behind, but their power was much weaker and they quickly fell prey to a powerful beast, eventually being wiped out entirely. This tribe is just as bloody and primitive as the Snake Man tribe but seems more advanced in some ways. Deadbone found a dungeon here and discovered several prisoners who had been locked up but were already dead and cold. Some corpses resemble humans. Are they actual humans, or human players, or human monsters? Some corpses have been dead for some time, wearing only ordinary clothes and armor, revealing nothing. But one of the bodies, in handcuffs with disheveled hair, can still be seen wearing exquisite half-body armor. This is the Generation 3, light armor teenage turtle dragon. Is this a player from Xuan country? Deadbone ordered the skeleton to sever its handcuffs and turned the corpse over, scrutinizing it again and again. Except for the damaged turtle dragon's third-generation armor, it seems to have nothing else of value on its body. Plopu a yellow, damp and slightly moldy notebook fell out from the seam of the armor. Deadbone picked it up and delicately opened it. By the time you read this diary, I'm probably already dead. I'm an adventurer who has been qualified to play games for 8 or 9 years, and I have been physically present in the eternal world for 3.5 years. Yes, I am a senior member of the True Body Experience Association and have married several concubines in this world. All of them have slender waists and round buttocks. The next few pages are all about the adventures of some adventurer and his concubines. Yuan, who'll write a diary about these vivid and graphic stories. But in order not to miss any important information, Yuan read it word by word and sentence by sentence. Soon, he finally saw the adventurer's exploration experience. I shuttle, jump, undergo hardships, break through barriers, and finally glimpse a subterranean city from a distance. It's already decaying but still magnificent. I wanted to go and explore, but I was attacked by a formidable earth rock dragon. When I escaped, I was seriously injured, and nearly all the troops I had on hand were dead or injured. I'm not dead yet, but I have no strength to flee to the surface. If I wasn't physically present, I could still contact my friends for help in the real world, but I have no regrets. Later, I was caught by some caves people and locked up in a dungeon. This seems to be a tribe led by a dark night dancer. Ah, the taste of a dark night dancer is really not bad. I have no regrets in death. Adventurers had no regrets. At most they had just been unable to uncover the full scale of the underground city, unable to return alive, leaving behind a few concubines to mourn their loss. I will unveil the full extent of the underground city for you. Yuan slightly touched his finger, pondering. This was clearly an ancient civilization site and its area was countless times larger than the ancient tower. Even though most of the area inside had decayed or been abandoned, there might be something to excavate, right? There was no map in the adventurer's diary, but since he had been seriously injured and was captured by the Crypt tribe, it meant the distance wouldn't be too far. The exploration by General Deadbone began. He was very cautious, even 10 times more cautious than before. He only managed to explore over 1,000 meters in half an hour. Yuan. He knew that Deadbone was wary of the Earth Rock Dragon mentioned in the diary. The Earth Rock Dragon was not a real giant dragon, but a creature with the word dragon in its name was extraordinary nonetheless. At the same level, it could easily crush other monsters. Let alone, the Earth Rock Dragon might not only be at the professional level. In the Crypt tribe, the 2 Dark Night Stalkers were seemingly crushed into paste without any resistance, which was enough to reveal the terror of the Earth Rock Dragon. Deadbone's caution was justified. Like this, they searched from day to night. Outside the Mage Tower where Yuan was located, the night had fallen. He could vaguely look into the distance to see the houses that had been built, and the scattered lights from the oil lamps dispelled the darkness and brought warmth. But in the camera bird's view, the underground world remained unchanged, with only faint light in the dim environment. There was no difference between day and night here. After searching for several more hours, they had toppled many monsters, found a monster camp far away but did not capture it. The indefatigable skeleton warriors, their soul flames in their skull grew slightly dimmer. A resentful spirit hung upside down on a stalactite, its faint red eyes taking in the giant shadow resting on the lower and open terrain in the distance. Soon, a camera bird, under Yuan's control and Hong Yi's assistance, stealthily arrived at the spot, its sharp eyes locking onto the distant giant shadow. This was a crawling dragon species, seeming like a giant lizard that had been magnified hundreds of thousands of times. It had rock-like brown skin, a body length of probably more than 10 meters, extremely strong and bulging muscles in its limbs, and it made thunderous snoring sounds during its rest. The loud noise echoed in the quiet underground space, lingering for a long time. Yuan noticed that this open space was filled with conspicuous red fog. Ominous red fog. In fact, since the day the sky turned red, even after the end of the Lord trial and the dawn light fell, there were occasional strands of red fog wafting in the field, as if the red fog was becoming a normal occurrence. But here was different. The red fog here was denser, half obfuscating the body of the Earth Rock Dragon. It's the root of corruption indeed. But why is there only one monster around the root of corruption? Perhaps the root of corruption hasn't been there for a long time? It's not mentioned in the diary. He waited a while longer, and soon there were monsters emerged from the distance with a splash. It was a group of caves people. These caves people were hunched, holding crude spears, and compared to little skeleton, they were young dragons and phoenixes. Among the caves people, one of them had spikes on its back, was holding a red long spear, and under its hunched body were bulging strong muscles, seemingly containing explosive power. Furthermore, there was a thin red energy mist surrounding it. From its appearance, it seemed to be a stronger one among the cave's people. Their arrival attracted the attention of the Earth Rock Dragon. This colossal creature slowly stood up, its brown-yellow vertical pupils opened, like a yellow moon hanging in the dark, but a pitch-black sword was plunged into it. It dispersed a terrifying and deep aura, targeting the cave's people who stepped into the land of filth. The Earth Rock Dragon slapped. The stronger cave's person let out a sharp scream. The red long spear in its hand radiated even more intense and sharp blood light, and a faint red flame burned on its body, stirring up invisible wind in the silent underground. It seemed to want to dodge to the side, but the ground suddenly sunk, and the surrounding cave's people tumbled down. Their bodies were squashed flat on the ground, crushed into a paste by an invisible force amidst the crack-crack sound of bones breaking. The strongest of the cave's people didn't fall, but stumbled a little. In the next instant, a massive paw swiped down, and the entire underground space shuddered slightly. And all that was left of the strongest of the cave's people was a meaty pulp. Yuan finally understood why the speed-famed Dark Knight Stalkers met such a tragic death. Its gravity, likely the natural talent of the Earth Rock Dragon. Its level is preliminarily judged as early elite level. However, it is a uniquely gifted sub-dragon species, extremely mighty. Dead Bone, what do you think? Dead Bone, suppressing the eager Bone 2 from charging impulsively, pondered for a while and ultimately shook his head. I am not ready today. It wanted to meet its lord's expectations, but it wouldn't act recklessly, undertaking things it was unsure of. Because if they were to start a fight and fail to take down this Earth Rock Dragon, their territory would suffer significant losses. It would be better to delay for a little while. Yuan was not in a rush. He was only interested in hearing Dead Bone's analysis. He understood the unspoken words. Today it was not possible, but perhaps in a few to several days it would be. With the ongoing benefits from the skeleton cemetery, Dead Bone's current efficiency in absorbing soul sand was extremely high, almost equivalent to constantly using high-grade cultivation aids. Then, by further practicing and refining their skills, and commanding Bone 2 and the other skeletons to perform a just bout of pummeling, it might just be possible to take the Earth Rock Dragon down. The most important fact was that General Dead Bone could now evolve. However eager Yuan was for the evolution, he had to wait for Dead Bone's return. He could remotely evolve at the touch, bestowing the baptismal light onto his forces, but he was unable to do so from dozens of miles away. He pulled open a drawer, retrieved a rudimentary map and marked a red X in the approximate position to denote the formidable foe, the Earth Rock Dragon. Only by defeating the Earth Rock Dragon would he be able to glimpse the splendor of the underground city. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to circumvent it, he would not do so. While waiting for Dead Bone's return and with other forces either resting or cultivating during this relatively leisure period, Yuan opened the forum to soothe his mind. However, as soon as he opened it, he saw a pinned post. An investigation and research analysis of the appearance frequency of the land of filth, a broken bar. This seemed to be members of the official pioneer group, who had gathered countless data and quoted numerous obscure theories and documents. Hence, Yuan skipped to the conclusion at the end of the post. The appearance frequency of the land of filth has significantly increased. Isn't that quite good? The land of filth can burst out coins. Our Lord spoke enthusiastically, itching to form a group for purification. This opinion received widespread agreement, as they had always hoped to discover the land of filth in the past. Sometimes, when two lords discovered the root of corruption simultaneously, they would have to conduct a battle contest to decide who held the purification rights for the root. However, there were some more experienced lords frowning. This might suggest that the world is becoming more polluted. When the tidal wave arrives, it might be even more dangerous than before. Don't you newbies forget, as lords, we face the imminent threat from the tidal wave all the time. It's far more terrifying than what you encounter in the newbie trial. Nonetheless, there was no big concern at present. A top-ranked new lord declared that he was already making preparations to conquer the monster tribe. In just about 10 days or half a month at the most, he would be able to seize the mighty monster tribe. Someone even revealed that the lord of Wangba territory had introduced the excellent tier troop, the Black Knight, recruited and successfully tamed it. With full training, this Black Knight would be able to break through to the professional level in just 17 to 18 days, and reach elite level in another 2 months. That is to say, in a maximum of 3 months, Wangba territory would be able to effortlessly conquer elite level monsters, even if they were the bosses amongst the elite monsters. In just 4 months, Wangba territory would be able to rival what many people had strived for over 10 or more years. This is the charm of high-order troops. It makes me want to grind my teeth into dust. Great Lord Shepherd also felt a sense of urgency. Apart from not having to retrain his trump card, and other than the fact that Lu Liu, 17, Hong Yi and others were soon to be promoted to the excellent tier, and apart from the fact that Duo Lei was soon to advance to the late professional level, he really didn't have too many advantages. The night was deep, shrouding the earth, and everything seemed to follow suit, plunging into silence. The night was actually when monsters were active, the howling and screaming were endless, but the area around Yuan territory was quiet, with occasional monster roars that would be abruptly silenced. A peace-loving atmosphere. Dead Bone, leading a group of skeletons and ghosts, did not rest after safely sending them all home. Instead, it headed straight to the place in the cemetery where the undead energy was the strongest. With a sword in hand, it closed its eyes and meditated. It was still too weak. The weakest point was the low level. It clearly had more room to maneuver with skills like Withered Bone Land and Giant Beast of Death Remains, but it didn't have enough power to perform them. Dead Bone had been pondering this for a while. Seeing Duo Lei's levels skyrocket with the help of the devouring talent, it had also envied and studied for a period of time. It spent 3.5 days studying but to no avail. After all, it was just a skeleton. It was one of countless ordinary skeletons. At most, it was just a few steps ahead of other skeletons. But when it was in the skeleton cemetery, enjoying the efficiency of cultivation like flying, a faint light flashed in Dead Bone's soul flame. It sealed this light and planned to take it out for consideration when the exploration mission ended and it had some downtime. Energy, extraction, circulation, environment, soul sand, self. It slightly understood. So, Dead Bone, holding 2 soul crystals, made 64 minor adjustments to the talent Death Extraction, allowing this talent, which could only draw on death energy during killings, to slightly turn to soul sand, nature energy extraction, and resonate with the surrounding ... the extremely thick undead energy and shadow energy in the cemetery. The slowly drifting black fog suddenly converged towards General Dead Bone, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool from top to bottom. In the center of the whirlpool was the figure of Dead Bone, already shrouded in thick black fog. This phenomenon lasted for a full 2 minutes before gradually dissipating. The black fog continued to drift around, but was noticeably thinner to the naked eye. Ding! Dead Bone has leveled up to first rank level 5. Leveled up to first rank level 6. Leveled up to first rank level 7. Success, albeit a small one. Even though this method of forcibly taking in elements from the heavens and earth into its body and transforming them into cultivation energy could only be used once after a long interval, its cultivation speed would increase dramatically. However, seeing the significantly thinned black fog in the skeleton cemetery, Dead Bone felt guilty again. How could it destroy everyone's living and cultivation environment for its own cultivation desires? This ability should be sealed. No, this ability is worth promoting. Skeleton Cemetery. Note: due to special circumstances resulting in energy loss and an inability to self-sustain, please replenish with 1024 grams of soul sand. Isn't it just adding some soul sand? No big deal. The stronger you are, the safer the territory will be. It's all worthwhile. Next, I will bestow upon you the miracle of evolution, and I believe you will not let me down." Under the night, the clear moonlight penetrated through the considerably thinned black fog, illuminating the armor-clad young man with a smile on his face. He stood on a mound, in the quiet darkness, with the moonlight glowing behind him, shining for tens of thousands of feet. The light of guidance, the light of trust, the light of baptism. With such a Lord, what more could the bones ask for? Compared to what the Lord had gifted him, he was still far behind. Even the quick cultivation method he developed had so many flaws. For the Lord, he will go all out. Yuan had no idea that this big-eyed fellow, Dead Bone, had undergone so many trials. All he did was attended the ceremony only to find General Dead Bone rapidly leveling up. Such a worthy emperor. For such talented leaders with an imperial demeanor, even the most wasteful lords would never put on a straight face. Of course, it's better to give them more praises. 625 evolution points have been deducted. In his field of vision, a certain light ball that had stored a large amount of water was suddenly emptied, becoming a bit dim. The next moment, the light of miracle power enveloped Dead Bone. Pure white light radiated into the night sky, stirring the black fog, piercing the deep night, reflecting bright moonlight hanging in the far distance. In the white light, the figure of General Dead Bone did not undergo significant changes, but the light of evolution still enveloped him and lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Ding! Notice, your hero Dead Bone has received the baptism of miraculous power, his rank has been promoted, and he is now Skeleton General. Excellent. Notice, your hero Dead Bone has awakened the talent Heart of Darkness. This talent greatly enhances the affinity of the target for dark elements and amplifies the energy power of such skills. Under the silver moonlight, Dead Bone stood in the skeleton cemetery with black fog that had just dissipated slowly gathering around him again, like numerous soldiers bowing their heads. It was like a dreadful existence slowly awakening from the abyss. The storm that spread invisibly made little skeletons and skeleton soldiers crawl out of their graves in the distance and kneel toward it. Skeleton General Dead Bone. Just from the oppressive aura, Yuan could tell that Dead Bone had become much stronger after the evolution. His strength, energy, and other basic attributes had risen by at least 30%. If he leveraged his increasing abilities with high-level skills, the improvement would be far more than 30 points. The new talent had two functions, affinity improvement, and energy amplification. The latter once again significantly enhanced the combat power of General Dead Bone, and the former is the core of this talent. Dead Bone has transformed from a cultivator with average foundation to top-tier foundation in an instant. No matter its cultivation, practicing skills, or fighting, everything will be much easier. It will be of great help to the future breakthrough to the leader level, or even above the leader level to the legendary realm. Of course, the effect of this talent is mainly reflected in the future. It requires a long time and effort to realize, and it plays an auxiliary role. As for the direct enhancement, it might not be as obvious as the death extraction. No, with the gifted potential of Emperor Dead Bone, there's no need to spend a long time realizing his potential. Perhaps in half a month or a month, the talent Heart of Darkness would shine brilliantly in the hands of Dead Bone. Just as he thought this, ding tilde. A familiar, pleasant, and similar reminder sound echoed again in his ears. Lord Shepherd shuddered. As expected, black fog rushed toward Dead Bone again, as if something were about to happen. The undead energy was activated. Notice, Dead Bone has upgraded the skill Cleave to Shadow Slash. Notice, Dead Bone has upgraded the Charge skill to Shadow Accumulation. Notice, Dead Bone, with the Heart of Darkness, has learned the techniques Curse, Slow Down, Curse, Weakness, Curse, Ebbing, Curse, Weak Armor. Dead Bone, who was in a state of meditation with his eyes closed and in some mysterious state, floated slowly with the support of invisible energy. The black fog surrounded him, and the undead energy unconsciously spread around, dragging out a long shadow under the moonlight. It was like a pair of massive wings suddenly unfolding in the dark, blocking the bright moon, casting the world into darkness. At this moment, Dead Bone lit up his eyes, as brilliant as stars roaring in the darkness. He was like the ruler of the night, stepping out of the void. The western cemetery area was once again suddenly enveloped in dense black fog, obscuring the sky and the sun, like a dance of the kings. It made the entire skeletal cemetery increasingly resemble the netherworld abyss. In contrast, the Treeman forest to the east was like a fairyland. Here, the trees are lush and green. Under the sunlight during the day, the leaves glow with an emerald-like green, with the veins on them reflecting a crystal-clear shimmering light. Under the influence of the Treeman forest, ordinary plants become increasingly lush and delicious, often tempting some gluttonous slime to bounce over and take a few sneak bites, only to be chased away by the angry treemen in the forest waving their long beards. If the present environment is just a green water and green mountain, with a beautiful landscape, then the white light balls that playfully fly among the trees like fireflies, but much brighter, brighten the forest, giving it an ethereal and illusory ambience. Yuan beckoned, and these glowing light balls floated to him, whirling and dancing around him. These were the standard one-star soldier's little elf. Inside the fist-sized light balls, there were tiny little creatures about the size of a fingernail. This is his main force of troops purchased recently, a kind of creature with extremely weak combat power, but capable of coexisting with plants and slightly promoting plant growth. Of course, even though the little elf soldier species is even lower than the little skeleton and goblin, its selling price is relatively high, and it is not common in the market, being suspected of being monopolized by some great lords. Yuan, in the guise of a superlogistics person, spent his time browsing various trading areas in his mind, and only managed to buy a dozen or so little elf remnant souls after a whole day. If he were to rely on the little elves to self-produce and self-sell, it would take forever to evolve them into high-order troops. As a result, Lord Shepherd also bought another cheap one-star soldier green vine snake, which is a vine rather than a snake. Green vine snake is not the cheapest nature-type soldier in this large series. In the series, there are also others as inferior as little skeleton and goblin. But after deliberation, Yuan still chose green vine snake. The reason is that the green vine snake is sufficiently relaxed and can survive on photosynthesis alone, without needing to intake additional nutrients. They have been defined by Yuan as unfeeling evolution point production snakes to feed the little elf troop and treeman troop. Currently, there are 50 green vine snakes, which can produce 20 evolution points per day. It's not enough, but once more are purchased in batches and the quantity rises, the efficiency of evolution point production will naturally increase significantly. Even now, as long as the timeline is extended, a large number of evolution points can be harvested. It only takes money and patience. Deep in the forest, a few more light spots flew over. They were much more conspicuous than the little elves. They were the size of basketballs. Through this faint light ring, you could clearly see the tiny life and Sadia, a tiny girl dressed in a green dress with a silhouette similar to a human and wearing two delicate cicada wings. Typical 3-star troops flower fairy. They often linger in flower beds, preferring to live in full flower buds. And flowers with flower fairies residing in them often become even more radiant and, over a long period, are likely to undergo a metamorphosis, forming materials that can be used in medicine. This is the hidden ability of the flower fairy. When there are sufficient numbers and enough time, they can have a significant effect under the subtle influence. They are naturally born gardeners. For this reason, even though the flower fairy is just a regular 3-star troop, it is very rare to see in the market. It was after reading these materials that Yuan chose to buy Little Elf and evolve them. Flower fairy. Level, LV2. Skills. Fragrance, disperses unique aroma and subtly affects the surrounding vegetation, making it more radiant and tender, and has a slight chance of promoting the metamorphosis of the plants, advancing them into special medicinal materials. When multiple flower fairies use this skill simultaneously, the effect can be accumulated to a certain degree. This is a supportive, agricultural type of skill. It materializes and enhances the inherent attributes of the flower fairy. And this is only the second stage flower fairy. The next stage. Notice, Natural System Evolution Points -5. Notice, your flower fairy has basked in the miracle light and evolved into flower sprite, rare A. Gaining the growth skill. Good. This is the non-combat skill he wanted. The flower sprite is essentially still a soldier species, naturally also. Or it can be said that most of the individuals have combat abilities. They are likely to awaken skills like entangle, sleep powder, temptation, etc. Yuan doesn't need the flower sprite to fight. A mundane skill that can promote crop growth is most suitable. Soon, the miracle light subsided, and a palm-sized sprite, surrounded by a faint white light and diffusing a floral scent in an invisible way, landed on Yuan's palm. She is small but fully featured, like a collectible figurine of a young girl in her early teens. The emphasis is on her exquisite cuteness, as well as her weakness. Yuan doubted whether the flower sprites who have awakened combat skills have any combat power at all. However, the flower sprite is not the end of this evolution. This newly baptized and transformed flower sprite, who has just shown her spiritual wisdom but has not yet come out of her daze, once again received a baptism from Lord. Before she had the chance to feel her weak childhood, her life took another leap. Possibly the dazzling light of evolution bloomed. Yuan stepped back a few steps, watching the figurine-sized sprite in front of him. Her body grew continuously under the light of evolution, her long hair reaching her waist slender, and her legs long and slender. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the larger, the stronger. The larger the body, the more energy it can store and the more skills it can use. Natural System Evolution Points -25. Notice, your flower sprite has basked in the miracle light, evolving into flower fairy, rare A. And awakened the flower fairy talent. AA. Flower fairy. The flower fairy resides in flourishing vegetation and flowers and can slowly and permanently enhance her base abilities. She can invisibly improve the environment of her habitat. When the number of flower fairies reaches a certain level and resides for a long time, it significantly enhances the concentration of the plant elements in the area, and even improves an entire area into a treasure land. This enhances the concentration of plant elements, potentially improving the yield of crops. Once the burst of evolution faded, the flower fairy that appeared was now as big as a backpack. She looked as though she was sitting on an invisible swing, her bare feet like white jade swinging back and forth. The large glowing eyes were filled with animated breath. This is indeed a farming marshal. From now on, you will be in charge of managing the other companions and boosting the growth of the territorial crops. Starting with the snake blood fruit tree on the gold fertile soil, understand? The flower fairy blinked her eyes, full of clear bewilderment. It took her a while to snap back to reality and started nodding her head like a pecking chicken, but whether she really understood. Yuan thought she didn't. It's not that she's too stupid. It's just that he has so many of his own sentient troops, or those with high-level spiritual wisdom, that he had almost forgotten that the flower fairy in front of him had only evolved for 15 seconds. The work of flower fairies and sprites is very simple. They just need to find a place to be a quiet mascot which can benefit the surrounding plants. Sometimes they use growth or fragrance, and then their work is complete. The rest of the time, they can just lay low and slack off. Lord Shepherd envied them. After all, the flower fairies are military units with supportive buffing capabilities. The real work of soil cultivation, fertilization, weeding, harvesting, is naturally done by the common people. By now, 100 one-star fields and numerous ordinary fields have been developed to the south, hoping that they can enter the profit stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm going to go broke. For example, it costs 200 grams of soul sand to develop a one-star field. It doesn't sound much, but for 100 fields it requires a total of 20 soul crystals. The construction of other civilian houses, watchtowers, fences, has also consumed about 7 to 8 soul crystals. He's trying to save wherever he can. Plus, the purchase of various crop seeds, basic materials, etc. The expenses are adding up. He can't cut back on the provision for training his main forces. As a result, He is now scraping the bottom of the barrel to buy remnant souls. He dare not buy even ordinary one-star remnant souls in excess. It really goes against his identity as the great Lord Shepherd. No wonder many independent lords can't hold on and have to accept outside investment. Even those lords who have accepted investments from large groups are complaining about being poor. The liver emperor seems to have gotten dark circles under his eyes from overworking these days, and even the rich second generation, Mr. Tan, seems to be no longer bragging about spending money lavishly. Even in Krypton gold, he's now considering its cost-effectiveness. If you don't become a lord, you'd never realize how expensive the costs are. Only when he can make money while laying low, will he be able to live the comfortable and pleasant life of a lord. Lord Shepherd turned his gaze to the fields in the south. Farming area. Today, 17 is not wearing her armored outfit of god archer. This is because the Lord said that the heavy armor and majesty are not conducive to grassroots work. 17 doesn't understand what grassroots work is, but she does whatever the Lord says. Primarily, she obeys orders. She always carries her war bow on her back. Dressed in a brown outfit, her waist belt was tightly fastened, which accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her medium-length hair was tied up high in a ponytail, swaying in the wind. My fellow citizens, I am here on behalf of the Lord to announce an important matter, which is about the arrangement of your future work. Upon hearing these words, the over 100 territory citizens did not resent her. Many of them even seemed relieved. Having work to do is the right way. Otherwise, the Lord's lavish treats with no work to do scares them. Seeing that the territory citizens in front of her were orderly, 17's tense heart slightly relaxed. She opened her mouth and suddenly froze in place. What was she supposed to say next? Last night, the Lord had talked to her late into the night and handed over this difficult task to her, which put her under a lot of pressure. For this, she sought the advice of the old seniors boss Deadbone and Duo Lei, even wrote down some points to note on small pieces of paper, and memorized all the words she should say today. However, she forgot everything when she got nervous. Sweat beads started to form on her forehead. She felt more pressure now than facing 10 occupational level monsters at once. Yes, that's it. 17 bent down slightly. With the dexterity and quick reaction of her profession as a god archer, she swiftly retrieved the note in her hand, glanced at it, and put it back within half a blink of an eye. She cleared her throat, kept a straight face. These seeds are the crops we will be planting in the future, including crystal rice, hemostatic grass, and filling fruit tree. The crystal rice produced by the crystal rice crop is the most common food in the Taixuan Alliance. The rice grains are like pearl crystals, with a rich aroma, not only delicious but also beneficial to strengthen the physique if consumed by ordinary people over a long period. For the strong, eating crystal rice can't provide buffs but can quickly fill them up, so they won't have to eat 10 or 20 bowls of ordinary food to fill their bottomless stomachs. Nowadays, as Xuan country gradually lifts the blockade of the supernatural world, crystal rice is quickly entering the market and is favored by the rich. The price of rice has risen slightly. Out of 100 first-class farmlands, Yuan is preparing to plant crystal rice on 70 of them. Of course, Tanyuan territory has also opened up quite a few ordinary fields, planning to grow ordinary, unranked rice, wheat, corn, and so on. At this moment, someone hesitated to ask, "My lord, will it be too little if each of us only plants one field?" No. This was a good question, one she had prepared for. The words of the Lord flashed through her mind, and she recited faithfully, "Crops that have entered the ranks are not easy to grow. Watering and fertilizing must be done in a timely and appropriate manner, and we must guard against weeds and pests in the field." Note: the weeds that grow in special farmlands are exceptionally tough, and must be removed in a timely manner, otherwise it will affect the growth and harvest of the crops. The same goes for the pests. If you encounter pests that cannot be exterminated, look for me. Just by explaining it verbally, it's hard to make everyone understand. However, the omnipotent Lord had already arranged everything thoroughly, and all the 17 had to do was follow suit. Follow me. Leading a group of commoners, 17 arrived at the edge of the tilled farmland, at the spot marked test field. Here, stalks of crystal rice were already growing, about half a person's height. Their rice grains were already plump, and even enveloped in a layer of husk. They shone under the sun like water crystals. This was what crystal rice looked like when it had grown. It was the rice that was produced last night when the flower sprites worked hard to use their growth skill, and 17 had also irrigated quite a bit of vitality spring water to promote growth. The quantity was not large, occupying only a small corner of this acre of land, but it was enough to show the extraordinary nature of the crystal rice. One could also clearly see the rather conspicuous and ugly weeds growing next to the rice. A commoner tried it out. The weeds were indeed very tough. Even cutting with sharp weapons required some time and effort to eradicate them. Suddenly, several pale red pests with thin wings, about half the size of a fingernail, burrowed out from the soil and pounced on the plump crystal grains. Wild pests had appeared. What to do at this time? What to do? 17 quickly pulled out a small piece of paper to look at it, and sighed with relief. Thank the omnipotent Lord. She also thanked herself for memorizing all the words the Lord had said and writing them down on a small piece of paper. If she dropped the ball at a critical moment, as Lulu put it, she would be the one to blame. She took out a small piece of paper to sneak a peek, and her thoughts raced, all happening in an instant, as fast as the arrows she shot. Demonstration, best control. Control equals kill. She muttered to herself, understanding, finally entering her realm of expertise. Watch my demonstration. As she finished this sentence, the 17 who was like a girl next door disappeared, replaced by the sharpshooter commander, the powerful 17. Her pupils firmly locked onto a few pale red pests in the distance, smaller than a fingernail. Between her slightly curved and folded fingers were several pointed bamboo stripes that could be used for skewering. An invisible momentum erupted, blowing the dust on the ground away, forming a visible circle around her. She made her move. The bamboo strip, shot out like an arrow, produced a low humming sound that was difficult to discern. The next instant it was embedded in the soil in the distance, skewering a bug that had been pierced through. 17's powerful aura dispersed momentarily. She was very pleased with her masterpiece. This was probably her most perfect performance today. Do you understand now? But she saw that Commoner A, Commoner B, and Commoner C were showing a wide-eyed and small-eyed expression. 17, ASTM_ASTM. That's not quite what I expected. Cough, cough. Inside the mage tower, Yuan nearly spat out his tea, trying several times to speak but ultimately saying nothing. This is the shortcoming of different types of troops. 17 treated civilians as if they were her own subordinate archers. It doesn't matter, though. She'll understand after failing a few times. An awakened self-conscious troop has a strong learning ability. The Great Lord believed in it, and in his generals. It had nothing to do with finding it interesting. At the same time, 17 and Lulu were suffering, but Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 were enjoying themselves. What kind of soldier tills the fields? A vigorous battle is the true pursuit of a real skeleton man. Boss, I'm coming. This place was outside the Yuan territory, turned into a wasteland, and now it was being used as a battlefield for sparring. Dead Bone versus Bone 2 plus Bone 3 Bone 4 plus Duo Lai. They honed their skills through a hearty battle and let Dead Bone have a more precise understanding of the abilities of other powerful beings in the territory, facilitating command and arrangement. As the battle started, Bone 2 dashed out with his sword in hand. A faint black mist spread from his feet, and he ran faster and faster, rushing forward like a charge skill. In fact, apart from not being very convenient to use, the effect of this move of Bone 2 is not much different from the charge skill. He charges, builds up energy, and then cleaves. He stirs up a cloud of dust and charges forward with unstoppable momentum. Like a fierce world general. The next moment, boom! Bone 2 was blown away with one hit. A black fist mark, like a burst of flames, faded in front of Dead Bone. He withdrew his fist and adjusted the position of his giant sword at the same time. A faint dark light appeared on the blade of the sword, blocking several charged bone spears that were thrown at him. He still stood there, calm and without a hint of chaos. At this time, from behind Dead Bone, a skeleton warrior skated over through the dusty air. Sparks flew as its armor skimmed the ground. The sword in its hand was lifted diagonally upwards, with a black light slowly spreading along its blade. This was the chrysanthemum killing move from Bone 3. Dead Bone lightly stepped on the ground, and a piece of Dead Bone suddenly stabbed out of the earth. Its sharp end was not sharp, but blunt. It bashed at Bone 3's muddy leg armor, and knocked a skating Bone 3 off his intended path. The next moment, Bone 3, with his sword held high, nearly missed Dead Bone as he skated past him. But Bone 3 had also improved. He slammed his elbow into the ground and the energy infused in his bones exploded, propelling his whole body into the air. The next moment, he started spinning like a top. The dark sword light revolved, forming a black storm. Bone 3's tornado charge. What a mess! With a faint whisper, a finger made of jade-like bone pointed out and struck the weakest part of the storm, dispelling the black storm with a single poke. Dead Bone raised his leg again, lifting it lightly but sharply, kicking Bone 3's waist the instant he was about to pass by. The energy accumulated on his boots exploded. Bone 3's body was flung away like a cannonball, smashing several large trees in succession, and finally crashing into a huge rock in the distance, embedding deep into it. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. A bone spear, burning with black flames, shot towards him as fast as a meteor. Not bad, Bone 4. You've learned some of the essence of stability. Thus, Dead Bone swung his sword and slashed out. But just as he swung out the sword, when he could not swing it again, a sound like the simultaneous twittering of countless birds came from the sky. The glory of the ultimate thunderbolt burst forth. Duo Lei's thunderbolt body infusion. The divine lightning handprint descended from the sky. The blue lightning that dispersed from it almost created the shape of a swastika in the midair. It spun and crashed down. Boom! The deafening rumble could be clearly heard even in the core area of Yuan territory. The territory's citizens jumped, frightened, but continued farming again in both surprise and oblivion after being told that it was merely basic operation. Yuan's eyes widened. He was eager to join the match. If he activated the Dead Bone mode and Duo Lei mode, he could potentially deliver such earth-shattering hits and spar with Dead Bone for dozens of rounds. Like Duo Lei at this very moment. The pervasive dust gradually faded away, but Duo Lei, who was attacked by the thunderbolt palm, hovered midair. The thunderous light was crackling, unable to descend even half an inch down. That was because sections of stark bones were protruding from the ground continuously, forming a pale bone palm several meters wide. Shadow energy gleamed brightly on it, constantly melting, making the thunderous light dissipate. Darkness was spreading inch by inch, while the thunder was retreating inch by inch. Seeing that darkness was about to envelop him, Duo Lei's face was grim. He took a deep breath and roared, "I can't fight anymore. I surrender." Duo Lei swiftly chose to quit. What else could he do? He wasn't able to defeat Brother Dead Bone even by performing an ultimate move. He ought to accept the shameful defeat. This was what the Lord had taught him. By the way, when would the mighty Lord boost me up? A broken bar. Next time for sure. Yuan swallowed his saliva. Indeed, Dead Bone's combat power couldn't be judged by guild and level. As for the guild, he was just slightly superior to Duo Lei, and the level difference was even smaller. Moreover, apart from the last blow, Dead Bone barely output any energy throughout the fight. Merely using profound skills and precisely controlling the battlefield, he effortlessly played with Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 like a puppet show. He had yet to exhibit his genuine power. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Dead Bone's real power since that Secret Realm challenge where it exploded 90% of its power. With such power, why should I be afraid? I can't let the wicked Earth Rock Dragon continue to wreak havoc. It's time to strike. I'm running out of food at home. Unlike the second-generation Lord, who had the support of his father and didn't accept corporate investments, he had to grind various bosses to earn some milk powder money. Yuan began to summon his units. Dead Bone and 3 skeletal. Duo Lei, Hong Yi, and several skeleton warriors as well as ghosts and resentful spirits. As for the other three leaders, Lulu, 17, and Storm Falcon, they should stay within the territory. They couldn't be of much use in the underground world, and Yuan territory needed a powerhouse to guard, always ready to defend against wandering powerful monsters. He couldn't let his guard down just because he passed the Lord's trial. Yuan continued to control the Hurricane Warhawks, scouting in all directions to gather information. Only after Deadbone tugged at the spirit thread did he shift his sight to camera birds number 6, 7, and 8. A red fog was pervasive. Compared to a day ago, the land of filth seemed to have expanded a lot. The bodies of the cave monsters killed by the Earth Rock Dragon had disappeared, as if swallowed by the earth. Creatures who die within the range of the land of filth or other corpses will be devoured, providing nutrients to make the root of corruption grow stronger. No wonder they say the root of corruption must be removed as early as possible. He also noticed that the gigantic body of the Earth Rock Dragon was showing signs of growing. Its brown eyes were more than half filled with crimson and its breath contained faint red streaks. It kept moving around, producing irritable roars like thunder. Anxiety and chaos filled its visage. Suddenly, as if discovering something, the giant eyes stared over, like a rising crimson full moon. A murderous aura struck right at the face. "I've been found out." Deadbone didn't panic. This was the perfect opportunity for a strike. He patted Bone 2, "Feel free to." He had intended to urge him to just steam ahead, but he felt that a composed skeleton shouldn't use such a reckless tone, so he corrected himself, "Feel free to do your best." Thus, Bone 2 howled and charged forward, expressing his youthful energy and passion without restraint. He wielded his weapon, the Sword of the Dead, and dark energy began to shimmer on it. Slowly, it grew longer and longer, inch by inch, meter by meter. It vibrated, creating a resonating hum, and cold as the grave spread from it and tainted the earth. By the time Bone 2 charged up to the Earth Rock Dragon, his Sword of the Dead had stretched to over 10 meters long. Then, for the second time, he was abruptly sent flying, only this time he was in a much worse state. His armor, like shattered porcelain, splintered and cracked under the sheer force of the Earth Rock Dragon's attack. He was critically wounded with just one blow. But this was all part of Deadbone's plan. The skeleton warriors began preparing their throws. Black mist floated out of Deadbone's hand and settled onto Bone 2, who had sustained severe injuries. Bone 2 was instantly resurrected right where he was and started hopping back and forth in front of the Earth Rock Dragon. Bone 3 joined the fray as well. After several rounds of probing, Deadbone had gradually gained a grasp of the Earth Rock Dragon's abilities and limits. 2 skills, 1 talent. The talent is gravity, and the skills are smash and bite. Yuan muttered quietly, then added, "Also, the Earth Rock Dragon's defense is incredibly powerful. Its body isn't clumsy, or rather, it's inherently bulky, but it uses its gravity talent ingeniously, allowing it to propel itself forward." At this moment, the Earth Rock Dragon was like a gecko, racing against the rock walls at an astonishing speed. Its body was enormous, and merely its sprinting caused a thunderous roar in its wake. Under the combined effects of gravity and smashing, no one could withstand a single blow. Well, Deadbone would probably have no problem. But Deadbone seemingly didn't want to try. He didn't even step forward. In battle, only those who guard their lives can attack. There's no need to observe martial ethics when dealing with the enemy. If a group attack is possible, there's no need for a one-on-one duel. Learn to use all available resources. Only those who survive until the end are the winners. When he was first born into this world, the words the Lord had spoken to him were as vivid in his mind as if they were just said yesterday. He would never forget them. He couldn't forget them. Of course, he would carry through the Lord's strategies and tactics until the end. Soon, a few minutes passed. Under the harassment of Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4, the Earth Rock Dragon began to roar in growing agitation. Its limited brain couldn't fathom why these tiny opponents could keep standing up each time they fell. Angry, it continued to use its gravity talent and smashing skill. It let out deep, heavy breaths. With absolute calm, Deadbone pulled out his energy potion, unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. The dense, black medicine turned into pure energy the moment it came into contact with his jawbone, pouring into the depths of his bones and his soul. Feeling that the situation was still not secure enough, he unleashed some excess energy, accumulated beyond his capacity by his death extraction talent. The timing was just about right. Dead bone raised wailing death high. Faint black energy started to rise from the blade, merging into the dim subterranean space and resonating with the already dispersed strands of undead energy. An invisible force fell, penetrating the Earth Rock Dragon's sturdy shell and targeting its core. Curse, slow down. The Earth Rock Dragon suddenly felt as if it had fallen into a viscous quagmire, and even with its usage of the gravity ability, it felt obstructed from all sides. It sensed something was off. Its keen intuition picked up the faint yet deadly force around it. It was about to roar ... but before it could, invisible curse powers relentlessly fell upon it one after another. Curse, weakness. The Earth Rock Dragon seemed to have lost all strength. Its roar came out feeble, and the giant claw it dropped down barely knocked the approaching skeletons away by a few dozen meters. Curse, ebbing. After a fierce battle and repeatedly executing its skills and talent, the Earth Rock Dragon had already exhausted quite a bit of its energy. Now it found its remaining energy was rapidly draining away like a hole had been punched in a pond, and the water level was dropping noticeably. Curse, weak armor. The robust armor that clad the Earth Rock Dragon, looking like a chunk of mountain and being many times harder than stone, with only a couple of scratches on it, decayed at a rapid pace. It appeared as fragile as rocks weathered for hundreds and thousands of years, with cracks starting to spread like spider webs across its surface. Whistle. The bone spear cut through the air, much like an artillery shelling, which created a small dent in the carapace of the Earth Rock Dragon. What followed was an onslaught of bone spears that tore through the air like a torrential downpour of snow-white raindrops. First round of attack. Second round of attack. Third round of attack. By the time the first round of attacks was unleashed, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 couldn't hold back their aggression. The Earth Rock Dragon roared, charging towards the skeleton core hiding in the dark on a higher terrain. It stomped on the rocky wall, moving around freely. Despite its exterior armor falling apart, it could not suppress its relentless desire to destroy everything in its path. It seemed as if it had managed to shrug off a significant part of the weakening curse too. After enduring just 3 full rounds of attacks, the Earth Rock Dragon climbed the steep rocky wall, breaking countless stalagmites and coming very close to the skeleton core. Its 2 half-red eyes were like crimson moons in the night sky, a symbol of ominous danger and ferocity. The skeleton core had the advantage at this point, but if they were to be attacked by the Earth Rock Dragon, their casualties would be high in a single round. Dead Bone stood at the forefront of the core, looking directly at the rising crimson moon, with its black cloak fluttering in the wind. Engage in a head-on combat. There were not enough debuffs on the enemy. It allowed its thoughts to flow freely. An apparition in red hung upside down from the forest of stalactites at the top. She was Hong Yi, whose blood-thickened skirt produced pleasing sizzling sounds as droplets of blood fell on the ground. While it seemed that there was no change in her appearance, gazing upon her filled one with a sense of impending malice and dread. Evil spirits, Hong Yi. Excellence 1-star Hong Yi. This was the Hong Yi that Yuan evolved using an undead evolution point after meeting the 3 essential elements of an undead, with one of the zombies in his possession this morning. She opened her eyes, filled with flowing blood. They were even more crimson and much larger than those of the Earth Rock Dragon. They appeared to encompass the entire space and the whole world. All sin was reflected in her eyes. Through her eyes, everything was contained as the focus of an intense gaze, and all witnessed were isolated and confined within. Endless retribution seemed to be tormented and burned, as myriad chains flew out from all around, piercing the Earth Rock Dragon's massive, coiled body. The Earth Rock Dragon's eyes showed fear, struggle, yet sensed that something was not right. It struggled even more. The confusion in its eyes gradually cracked, but when the confusion cleared, what appeared in front of it was shadow accumulation. Shadow slash. An invisible power emerged from countless skeleton warriors and ghosts, flowing into Dead Bone's body. Its cloak was fluttering, and then suddenly stopped. The underground space became silent without a sound, as if space had solidified at that moment, and time also only tilted slowly following its raised sword. The sword fell on the earth rock dragon's huge head, encountering slight resistance. Then, under the multiple energy outbursts from dead bone, it cut straight through as if through some robust hide, cutting till the end. The river of time seemed to flow again. The huge body of the earth rock dragon fell heavily to the ground, causing the underground to roar and small pebbles to scatter. Soul sand and remnant souls were extracted from the huge creature. Furthermore, a noticeable deep green light ball appeared. Heart of the earth rock dragon, rare. Description: a rare material that can be used to forge equipment. Even the great Lord Shepherd saw this additional drop for the first time. It was evident that the earth rock dragon was indeed a boss capable of ruling the land of filth alone. With the fall of this boss, the door to the root of corruption now stood wide open. Dead Bone moved forward, ready to purify it. Bone 2 and the others gathered the armor fragments and broken bone spears, which could still be used after repair. Hong Yi was hanging upside down on the stalactite, her crimson eyes blinking as if in thought, considering and verifying something. A few Hurricane War Hawks also loyally fulfilled their duty as cameras. Duo Lei, looking left and right, had a big question mark appearing on his forehead. What about it? What was it doing here? The silvery white and bone-like fingers extended inch by inch, eventually lightly touching the root of corruption that was flowing with thick, deep red blood. The identity of the hero echoed the heavens and the earth, emanating a dazzling power of purification from the fingertips. Like the light of evolution, this brilliant white light blossomed like a small scorching sun rising in the dark underground space, but it did not affect the distant ghosts. This was the light of rules. In an instant, the drifting wisps of red mist around it dissipated, and the dispersed power of purification started to converge towards the center, restrained in one point. The dazzling sunlight turned into a white light pillar. Within this radiant and dazzling light pillar, the root of corruption, growing and branching like a tree, its exterior fell off inch by inch, like scabs from a wound. Eventually, the entire crimson tree was annihilated in the purifying white light. The white light pillar thinned from thick to thin until it was just a thin thread that turned into a dot of light, dissipating between heaven and earth, only leaving behind several light balls floating. These were the rewards for purifying evil. In the distance, Duo Lei trudged over, first gathering the equipment wreckage collected by the skeletons into his dimensional space, then craned over to look at these light balls. If you want to open them, then you do it. Yay tilde. Duo Lei approached, as he currently existed in humanoid form. First he rubbed his hands together, blew a few breaths, then began to open the light balls. The first light ball contained 2.5 soul crystals. That wasn't much, even though the Earth Rock Dragon was a boss with strong combat power that could overwhelm any ordinary elite level. This route of corruption was not aged enough to produce much. As for exploiting bugs and not purifying, keeping the root of corruption instead, in the past, some lords did so. However, could the rules of an entire vast world be so simple to exploit? The lords who attempted this not only caused the land of filth to continuously expand, drawing a monster tide to attack the city, nearly causing a tragedy. In the end, they purified the rather high-spec root of corruption, but only received scattered gifts of heaven and earth, which were almost nothing. Previously, the Earth Rock Dragon also produced 1.01 soul crystals, a rare-level remnant soul, and a piece of special material. This was already a pretty good harvest, besides, it eliminating the potential danger of the Earth Rock Dragon. Otherwise, if this massive creature were to charge towards the territory, it would be hard for them to get rid of it unscathed. The second light ball, Duo Lei opened to reveal a boundary-breaking stone, rare level. This one-time use item was powerful, capable of breaking many strong enchantments that even dead bone might not be able to forcefully break at the current stage. However, there was no chance to use it presently. Now, only the last light ball remained. Duo Lei held a serious expression, like facing a great enemy. his verdant fingers trembling a little as he touched it. "Little ball, hurry up and give something good." Ding. Prompt. You have obtained the special item key to the secret region. Duo Lei widened his eyes, not knowing whether this was good or bad. They didn't even give a grade label. Terrible. After the unboxing, Duo Lei had skeletons cut the colossal earth rock dragon into pieces, preparing to bring some game meat back for the Great Lord to look at. These creatures living in the land of filth were generally not suitable for consumption. However, considering that the earth rock dragon's eyes weren't completely filled with crimson yet, some parts taken back to be cleansed with purifying techniques probably wouldn't affect health. This kind of high-grade game was too hard to find. Missing it would mean an unknown waiting time. Not every high-ranking monster was edible, but this one in front of them, discounting 100 claims, could almost be considered dragon meat. This was a top-notch ingredient. Maybe it could be utilized just choosing simple cooking techniques. Great Lord Shepherd couldn't say he wasn't a bit greedy too. He just couldn't resist Duo Lei's enthusiasm. At most, at that time, use Lord's power to load Duo Lei mode. Anything impure under devouring talent will be completely eradicated. After cleaning up, Duo Lei returned with a few elites, carrying resources. Deadbone led the troops and continued to explore. Without the Earth Rock Dragon as an obstacle, they might be able to directly reach the underground city mentioned in the diary. There was still a considerable distance in between. Finding the underground city was one goal, identifying and eliminating the underground threat was another. The latter was more important. Half an hour later, is this the key to the secret region? He examined it. It was a crescent-shaped item, like a piece of jade. It had a faint halo spread over it, with a world's inverted image seemingly reflected under its amber exterior. The key to the secret region was the essential item that opens and links to a secret realm. However, there are thousands of types of secret realms. Different keys also link to entirely different realms. Key of the secret realm. Description: this key can open a level 1 resource secret realm. Time limited. The secret realm will open in 67 hours and 23 minutes and close after 7 days. Note A: the key to the secret realm needs to be used with the territory as a carrier to open the door. Different keys have different requirements for the carrying territory. The current secret realm requires a level 1 territory or above to bear. Note A: inverted exclamation mark. This secret realm is special. The Lord must lead the team to enter. No more than 100 soldiers can be taken, but wherever the Lord is in the secret realm, when the Lord silently utters exit, the Lord and all subordinate soldiers will be teleported out of the secret realm. Note A: sense, only lords of level 3 or below can enter the level 1 resource secret realm. Yuan took the key to the secret realm, came to the core of the territory, the Lord's altar, and silently used it. Immediately, the crescent-shaped key to the secret realm transformed into a streak of light and disappeared within the altar. The mysterious patterns on the altar's surface glowed, and a beam of light projected from it, opening up an elongated space gate above the altar, which was still completely closed. It was similar to the gates of the secret realm of challenge they had encountered before. However, this secret realm's gate was under the jurisdiction of the Yuan territory, and it could open or close at his mental command. Of course, he had to wait for the secret realm on the other side to truly open before he could initiate the process. It is said that the Great Lords often control the entrances to some high-level secret realms. Most of these are public realms, among which the most famous are Challenge Land and Trial Tower, among others. Very few people control exclusive secret realms, which are like owning a mini-world entirely under their control, a private property of their domain. The officials often control certain public secret realms and would occasionally release quotas. Speaking of which, a broken bar in a few months, it will be the 3-year period of the Heroes Festival, which is also a secret realm. The secret realm's gate will appear in all the newer territories by then. But of course, the players would leave from the same territory they entered the secret realm from. It's impossible to traverse the space using special secret realms. What kind of secret realm is a resource secret realm? Being a novice, Yuan didn't quite understand. However, if he didn't understand something, He could search for it on the Taixuan forum and look up some information. There's always an answer. The resource secret realm is a type of a welfare secret realm. Compared to the challenge secret realm, this type of secret realm is somewhat dangerous but not too much, and the rewards are quite high. In the secret realm, certain treasure spots are guarded by monsters. Besides, resource secret realms are usually public realms, so it's possible to encounter other explorers and competitors. The Xuan Country Association appeals here that lords should always seek peace. If there are inevitable conflicts over treasures, they can use the form of battle will to decide the ownership of the treasure. This would make the losers accept their defeat wholeheartedly and also prevent the loss of their own power due to fighting. However, the exploring lords still need to guard against wanted criminals and lords of foreign lands. All the lords have signed the Taixuan Covenant. There are a few important agreements in the covenant, such as defending against foreign enemies and helping each other wherever possible, and how to resolve disputes encountered during outdoor and secret realm explorations. After revolving over several decades, the current battle will form was set. Although not everyone follows it, most explorers and lords agree with this mode. If the lords are defeated in a war, how can the whole army press on? Moreover, no matter how precious the treasure is, it is not worth gambling at the price of one's own troops. This is just a level 1 secret realm. It doesn't cover a large area, so most of the encounters are with lords of Xuan country only. However, a broken bar. If he encounters an old lord who has practiced for several years, he might not gain much advantage in battle will. No matter how talented Deadbone is, after all, it's still a baby skeleton. He hopes that the number of lords entering this public secret realm wouldn't be too many or too strong. But if they can't compete a broken bar, they wouldn't compete. It's a free secret realm anyway. Getting a treasure would mean making a huge profit, and even if they didn't, they wouldn't lose anything. Buddhist mindset. Just maintain a Buddhist mindset. By the way, let me see what kind of treasures might appear in a level 1 resource secret realm. Soul crystal, rare materials, rare items, rare soldiers, and even rare buildings, heroes proof, special items, etc. This is like a treasure trove where any treasure could be unearthed, as long as his own strength is sufficient. MMP, he just can't stay composed. The development of a lord is like rolling a snowball. Once the economy is strained, the development of the entire territory will fall into stagnation, or even reverse. But if the finances are robust, there is ample resource to train their primary troops. Then when the power strengthens, they can seize more resources, and with this, they can nurture a stronger primary and trump guard a broken bar. This is how it increases like a snowball effect. Some lords, despite their management time being only 2 to 3 years, have far more power than those of senior lords or even great lords. Among the young lords in Xuan country, the legendary figure, Lord of Han City, has only been in the game for a few years, yet he wields a power that many middle-aged and elderly lords can't match. Lords must compete. If they don't compete, not only will they lag behind, but they may also perish due to a lack of power when the monster tide attacks one day, disappearing in the eternal world. It's time to strengthen the forces. Ding ding tilde, dang dang tilde. In front of the blacksmith's shop, the constant and persistent hammering reverberated against the steamy white mist, gradually spreading and obscuring the burly figure, tirelessly hammering away. The forging continued for a full hour before finally coming to an end. Blacksmith Li Erniu came out of the shop holding a heavy tower shield with a grayish-brown hue, its front ornately carved with half the figure of a roaring beast. "My lord, are you satisfied with it?" This shield is a rare piece of equipment, possessing the properties of hardness, toughness, and heaviness. The heaviness can be turned on or off by the user's intention, and to some extent, carries the weight talent of the Earth Rock Dragon. All this information was clearly displayed in the information bar. Mu Yuan nodded. "I am satisfied. Since its main material comes from the Earth Rock Dragon, let's name it the Shield of the Earth Rock." He then took out some soul sand as a reward for Li Erniu's craftsmanship. After some polite refusal, He convinced Li Erniu to accept it. Those who contribute deserve rewards. Unlike soldiers, who rely on the Lord's support for cultivation, territory citizens who want to become stronger must buy their own cultivation resources. Some lords would pick strong individuals from the citizens, give them ranks, and form armies. In such cases, the lord would provide a certain amount of soul sand. Li Erniu scratched his head innocently. I should thank you, my lord, for providing the opportunity. I used to forge hoes and kitchen knives in the village, and I didn't feel much. But now when I forge these special equipment, I feel more and more excited, as if a certain bloodline in my body has awakened. My strength has increased a lot. He flexed his biceps, which were as sturdy as granite. Yuan had no doubt a single punch of Li Erniu's could kill 2 bulls. Of course, Lord Shepherd, being much stronger, casually lifted the heavy tower shield and soon left the blacksmith's shop. He stood still in a desolated section on the west side, and rapidly started to concentrate. He raised his hand level to his shoulder and snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. Threads of energy burst forth from his heart, quickly intertwining and spreading throughout his body. His figure slightly grew in height, and a golden silhouette of full body armor appeared on the surface of his body. After that, each decorative stud was fixed in place, vivid patterns were drawn, and a masquerade mask appeared, obscuring his entire face except a narrow crevice. He clenched his empty hand into a fist. A spear rose from the ground and was naturally held in his grasp. On his right hand, where the Royal Guard's shield was about to manifest, he stopped it and replaced it with the freshly forged shield of the Earth Rock. Yuan mentally controlled the thunder magnetic coil tower, and a dazzling thunderbolt pierced through the sky towards him. Amid the daytime thunderbolt, he held the shield while a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back. Zap boom! The brilliant thunderbolt descended, then scattered to both sides. Lightning danced across the ground, charring it black, but unable to pass even half an inch beyond the wings of protection. Using the guard's skill while holding the shield of the Earth Rock proved to be stronger than usual. Compared to defensive power, the heavy shield, when paired with the shield strike skill, can bring terrifying destructive power. In front of him, the completely shattered rock that was several meters high, resembling the aftermath of a bomb blast, silently cried out to the world. Such a powerful tower shield. Indeed, it's Falulu. As a homebody lord, I rarely need any equipment. Even when I travel, I am always under the protection of my generals. With the shield of the Earth Rock, Lulu can now be considered as one of the top 5 powerhouses in the territory. Battling isn't just about having one powerful leader. Sometimes when competing for ownership of several treasures, multiple main forces need to take the stage to fight. Therefore, even if a lord luckily obtains a strong soldier species, it can't take all the gains. It really tests the depth of a lord's leader's pool. There are still 3 days until the resource secret realm opens. Maybe he could gather enough human evolution points to grant Lulu an evolution beyond the limit. While the Tanyuan territory was rapidly developing, top newly emerging territories like Huangba and Daira were also striving to grow and expand. Their status was unique, but they understood the world's unrest better than ordinary lords, knowing it was way too early to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Daira territory. The lord, clad in heroic armor, stood in the archery range continuously shooting arrows, asking without turning his head, when are the new talents arriving? In 2 days, boss. A charming secretary answered. Too slow. Try to bring in more refugees and talents, and purchase 30 more miracle building blueprints. I want to promote our territory to the 2nd level before Wangba and Tanyuan do. But boss, our funds will be stretched thin. Any mishap could break us, and we have to wait another month for the next funds from the group. No problem. After some thought, the Lord of Daira said, spread the news that we in Daira will surpass Tanyuan and become the first newly promoted territory. With popularity, we will naturally have funds. Speaking of which, Lord Tanyuan is really foolish. He topped the gold list and attracted the attention of countless people. With a little operation, he could have massed great wealth, but he doesn't know how to utilize it. What a waste. If he had been given the opportunity, he could have enhanced the construction speed of Daira, making it at least 20% faster. Twilight Plains, Somewhere, a route of corruption was purified and disintegrated under a cleansing light, leaving several gifts behind. A certain lord opened them one by one, looking at the crescent-shaped key in his hand. He paused for a while and then laughed heartily. It's actually a key to the resource secret realm. I've been a lord for over 2 years, had my fair shares of setbacks, not many successful investments and explorations. The worst was losing several main forces of rare rank outside. But at last, fortune has finally turned in my favor. Just like that great Lord Yuan, he also had a difficult time with his early developments until he stumbled upon an opportunity that skyrocketed his growth. The old lord clenched the key in his hand, looked around, and quickly returned to his own territory. The next day, Deadbone, which headed directly for the dungeon exploration, sent him 2 pieces of news. The good news was that it did indeed see a majestic underground city, a place filled with towering black towers, mysterious and spectacular. The bad news was that there were quite a few monster tribes around the underground city. The Manu tribe, Caves People tribe, Dark Knight tribe, Spider Woman tribe, Crypt tribe, Lizard People tribe. Even the weakest among them seemed to be stronger than the Snake Man tribe. Seeing this, Deadbone, as if facing a formidable enemy, didn't dare to probe any further. After careful efforts to wipe all traces, it cautiously took a few more detours and returned from another entrance on the ground. By the time it returned to the territory, it was the 3rd day after defeating the Earth Rock Dragon. You did the right thing. These monster tribes are still far away from our territory, and as long as we don't explore underground or leave traces, they won't discover us in Tanyuan territory for a while, which gives us enough time to develop. But Tanyuan territory was still too weak. A single catastrophe could cause substantial loss to the territory. Lord Mu felt a sense of insecurity. He was even more eager to obtain treasures from the resource secret realm to strengthen Tanyuan, make it stronger and even more powerful. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan began to develop training plans to enhance his generals. His plans were naturally targeted at generals such as Duo Lei, Hong Yi, Lu Liu, Jun, and 17. Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 inherited Deadbone's regimental order, and General Deadbone would instruct them, so he didn't need to worry about them. Duo Lei can continue to strengthen the Thunderbolt mode. Although it's a bit difficult at the moment, it should get easier after evolving to the 3-star stage and enhancing its devouring power. As for Liu, just get proficient with the Shield of the Earth Rock. 17. She can't really bring out much power of mind arrow right now. But once we equip her with some pricey explosive arrows and armor-breaking arrows, her combat power will greatly improve. However, as for whether to buy, economically strained Tanyuan territory can't afford these expensive consumables. However, he can still craft some items with the materials he finds himself. Among the generals, the one with the most training potential is the evil spirit Hong Yi. Red Robe. Skills: Fear, Tear, Bloody Robe, Sinful Pupil Prison. Sinful Pupil Prison is a high-level skill she awakened after evolving. As long as she maintains eye contact, she can trap her enemies in a prison filled with sins. As for what sins mean, whatever sins he wants her to have, she'll have. However, when Hong Yi fought against the Earth Rock Dragon, she could only create some flames and chains to bind the enemy. He felt that she didn't fully unleash the potential of this skill. Don't think that Lord Shepherd is only a keyboard warrior. He knows practical matters. He understands the Sinful Pupil Prison better than Hong Yi. Watch and learn. This is how you use this skill. Mu Yuan snaps his fingers, and in a blink of an eye, he is clad in a red wedding dress. That's not important. After loading the Red Robe template, he naturally mastered the Sinful Pupil Prison skill. For the past 2 days, he has researched, experimented, and practiced numerous times, so that he would dare to teach it personally. Lord Shepherd stares at Hong Yi, his pupils filled with bloody intent. The next moment, an invisible power spreads out, and the earth loses its color unknowingly, leaving only a monotonous and chilling black. A crow flaps its wings from the earth towards the sky, flying into the blood-red full moon that takes up more than half the sky. The bloodlight illuminates the earth. At the end of the earth, A black cross stands firm, with a voluptuous figure in a red wedding dress tightly bound on it. This is the real sinful pupil prison, the result of Grand Mage Mu's 1.5 days of practicing. Do you understand? The eye prison does not stick to any form. It can be used to trap enemies, kill enemies, or deceive enemies. In theory, you can create anything you want. You just need to step out of your original thinking, take a higher perspective and build this illusion space. Hong Yi, who is bound on the cross, blinks her big eyes, looking a bit dumbfounded. Mu Yuan does not expect her to understand all at once. However, with his personal demonstration, after pondering for a few days, Hong Yi should be able to make significant progress. He was about to change the illusion world again, to broaden her horizons and show a little of the Lord's power. The next second, rumbly, the earth suddenly trembles. An ancient but odd building covered in red paper rises from the ground. The bells hanging on it make a ding-dong sound that sends shivers down one's spine, and the doors creak open. A cold wind blows through. Frost forms on the spot. Elegant figures with veils, one after another, flood out from the red building. Their giggles echo in the world. On closer look, Hong Yi also walks out from the building. She is the only woman not wearing a veil. Her eyes blank like she doesn't understand anything, yet also deep in thoughtful contemplation. After a moment, she comes back to her senses, seemingly asking if this counts as breaking free from conventions. Mu Yuan is silent for a moment. Your performance is not bad. You have the style of the Lord when he first practiced. Keep up the good work. It seems that she was able to progress quickly because her skills are more compatible with her own. Of course, it also has a lot to do with his personal teaching and demonstration as the Great Lord. Ultimately, he is a good teacher. Thud thud thud. The core area of Yuan territory. Several soldiers wielding long spears were patrolling in a set path around the territory. Their presence added an aura of might to this core area. If you overlooked the shabby appearance of these soldiers, they were militia, a one-star soldier rank. Their appearance and combat power were stronger than those of the little skeleton, but only marginally so. They wore no armor and were only dressed in fairly sturdy clothing. They firmly gripped their wooden spears and executed the movements of thrusting in combat in a very rigid manner. Their combat strategy was simple: stab as hard as they can. Once they evolved into two-star spearmen, they could switch their wooden spears for iron ones, wear a full set of light armor, and could handle several little skeletons by themselves. At the halberd guard or big halberdier stages, they could even enjoy at least, extravagant-looking long halberds and armor. Big halberdier A middle. Nu C. Rank, rare 3-star. Skills, thrust, heavy split. Talent, deadly blow. A big halberdier is good at finding the enemy's weakness, and when attacking, has a chance to deal high burst damage. Nu Si was one of the selected from the militia who stood out. As the leader of the spearman team, he helped Lulu in the recruitment and administration work of the refugees and local citizens. His status panel was quite average in the eyes of Mu Yuan, especially because his talent was lacking a bit. Pure combat talents are inferior compared to talents that enhance base abilities and limits of soldiers. This talent's application range is also not broad nor oof or broken bar. Of course, it also depends on who is using it. If Dead Bone had the deadly blow talent, it would probably strike a critical blow with every attack. Even with its less impressive talent, Mu Yuan's expectations for the spearman team was just internal patrolling and management. He didn't expect them to have strong combat power. Moreover, the position of big halberdier conflicts with the skeleton general. He wouldn't evolve too many of them, having them as sacrifices to provide evolution points for the Imperial Guards and strong shooters was sufficient. Returning to the Mage Tower small house, Mu Yuan sat down on a specially purchased step-by-step sofa, closed his eyes, and entered the Lord's perspective. The plus 0.01 popping up from time to time on the militiamen, spearmen, and Imperial Guards looked like little luminous particles to him now. They popped out of the soldiers' bodies, flew into the territory sky above him, and mutated into bright orbs of light high above his head. When he looked at any of those orbs, he would naturally receive information about it. Human evolution points includes 15 sentinel troops, 15 archer troops, 70 militiamen. The current accumulated evolution points 129. Undead evolution point includes 530 skeleton troops, 125 wandering soul troops, 1 zombie. The current accumulated evolution points 802. Natural evolution points includes 30 tree people troops, 20 flower fairy troops, including 3 flower fairies and 5 flower sprites, and 80 vine snakes. The current accumulated evolution points 0.69. Slime evolution points contains 200 slime troops. The current accumulated evolution points 560. Battle Falcon evolution points. Slimes are currently the only main battle troops in the Yuan territory that haven't formed a CP. Yuan speculated that slimes should belong to the elemental category. Although they can't resist physical attacks and can't breathe fire or water, they can barely be considered elemental creatures. However, genuine elemental creatures mostly start from rare rank. It's a little expensive to match them with the slimes. It doesn't matter if they don't match up. They can generate evolution points on their own. If the slimes do belong to the elemental category, he could use their power to stack up a few high-priced, rare elemental creatures. Elemental creatures are typically mobile artillery, and their damage output and destructive power are definitely amongst the highest of same-tier soldiers. He still remembered, in the secret realm of challenge, several spring spirits were able to create a tidal wave that washed away everything, the coverage of their attack making even General Deadbone pale in comparison. He had 2 remaining rare 1-star remnant souls that he could freely assign to any soldier type. He wondered if he should recruit elemental troops like the Spring Spirit and create a combination with Duolei, or perhaps, recruiting a mage, a griffin, or a nun wouldn't be a bad idea either, especially a healing nun. Yuan marked bending in his notes. The undead evolution points accumulated the fastest. Yuan pulled up the list of troop types and after comparing and contemplating for a while, he began mass evolution. At present, the range of remote evolution was 3 kilometers in radius centered around him. With a single pointed finger in the air, he was able to bathe the soldiers in the radiance of evolution. You have evolved new 58A ghosts. You have evolved new 4A resentful spirits. You have evolved new 5A skeleton generals. In this way, he had used up 283 units of undead evolution points. Next, Yuan's gaze fell on the skeletal cemetery, where he identified outstanding individuals among the resentful spirits and ghosts. One with dark skin, a robust physique, who if not for his semi-transparent body and floating stance, Yuan would have mistaken for a zombie rather than a resentful spirit. Rakshasa. Moreover, he had broken through to the professional level, fortified by the blessings from a temple 20 kilometers away. You have evolved a new evil spirit, amidst. Rakshasa. His professional level and awakening skills were the same as Hong Yi's, but his appearance was completely different. Under the light of evolution, Rakshasa's body solidified as his bare feet touched the ground. His figure grew taller, his muscles bulged like coiling pythons, his skin still dark, and his face became greenish-black. His eyes widened in anger, revealing protruding fangs. If Hong Yi's evolution was becoming more dignified, graceful, full, and beautiful, then Rakshasa's evolution was very imposing. Since Rakshasa had evolved, Yuan naturally didn't forget his old veterans, namely, those skeletons that had died multiple times in the Earth Rock Dragon battle. He evolved them one by one into skeleton morticians. By now, almost all of the undead evolution points had been consumed, but it had also given birth to 4 excellent tier soldiers and several rare level soldiers. Lord Wangba has recruited and tamed the Black Knight and has purchased dozens of rare training treasures at high prices. He is working hard to train new trump cards. The Lord of Dira territory claimed that he will surpass Yuan territory and Wangba territory, and revealed that he has also introduced an excellent tier future general. On the forum, related topics about Wangba territory, Dira territory, and Shanl territory could often be found in the hot searches. Who else could Yuan territory blame for being unable to find any traces? Oh, there was also a hot search about Yuan territory. Master Bo Luliang said that Lord Yuan's recent absence suggests he was heavily damaged during the trials and is currently in the process of recovery. Right. You're absolutely right. Once the 4 excellence-level soldiers ascended to the Yuan territory's strength leaderboard, Mu Yuan summoned Lu Liu, who had just been squeezed off the list. He personally bestowed the glory of evolution onto Lu Liu. After all, the Royal Guard and the Skeleton General belong to the same series of military units. Theoretically, they are the pinnacle of a series. Continuing to evolve would lead to mutant or hidden units. Mu Yuan was also unable to predict what form they would take. His same-ranked colleague 17, and Nu Si, who only had mediocre intelligence, were all present to watch. The always curious Duo Lei also couldn't miss this event. Duo Lei's chubby body came over and asked, "When will it be my turn?" Guji tilde. Mu Yuan pushed Duo Lei's big slime face away. "Definitely tomorrow." The light of evolution then fell on Lu Liu. And then, the new version of Lu Liu emerged from that light. His physique had barely changed, but his equipment had completely transformed. The lavish gilded armor had become silent and black. It was somewhat similar to the Excellence Tier Black Knight, but Lu Liu still held a large shield and wielded a long spear. The spear was also a black spear, symbolizing silence, fearlessness, persistence, and piercing through everything. Prompt: your soldier Lu Liu bathed in the light of evolution and transformed, becoming the Fearless Knight, Excellence 1 star, and awakening the skill by the name of Fearless. Description: upon shouting by the name of Fearless, the Fearless Knight can enter a pseudo-invincible state. In this state, his speed and strength drastically increase, and he can absorb and ignore a large amount of damage. The duration of this state is extremely short. That's impressive. After evolution, Lu Liu might not have as many fancy skills as Hong Yi, but it's definitely powerful enough. Moreover, it is an excellent human shield. What's there to fear if I could evolve 10 fearless knights to stride through a rain of flames? The most important thing is that as a Lord Shepherd, he can load Lu Liu mode, which is like having an extremely strong lifesaver. Its protective capabilities might even surpass the great amulet he had, but never used once. This type of soldier is not bad at all. Chirp chirp. Duo Lei approached again, bringing freshly grilled, cumin-sprinkled earth rock dragon leg meat while massaging his shoulders and fanning him. This innocent and straightforward Duo Lei is starting to pick up bad habits. Who taught it that? Oh, it seems it watched a lot of movies on his phone when he took Duo Lei to the real world. Dang it. The next day, Mu Yuan checked the scouting reports. Hong Yi squad destroyed 2 monster camps. Dead Bone squad is investigating the depths of the swamp. Bone 2 squad killed 2 professional-level monsters. Duo Lei squad attacked and plundered 3 monster camps, found and picked some rare materials. Duo Lei ventured 60 kilometers into the wilderness alone and discovered a lizard people tribe. Duo Lei, has it been squeezing out more potential than before? Is this the correct way to use Duo Lei? Mu Yuan isn't a devil after all. When starlight speckled the sky that night, he called Duo Lei over. Here it comes tilde. Tears of excitement and joy always welled up in Duo Lei's eyes. After all, it wouldn't be able to challenge Hong Yi and Lu Liu without evolution. It's a veteran in the territory, how can it let newcomers surpass it? Wait a minute, it used to be pretty laid back. When exactly did it become so competitive? General Duo Lei fell into contemplation. After contemplating for a half second, it didn't matter anymore. What matters is the evolution. In the empty field, in front of Mu Yuan, the slime began to evolve. Enclosed in faint stellar glow, it had a gelatinous form. After a moment, the evolutionary glow slowly faded away. The Duo Lei in front of him. Unsurprisingly, its appearance hadn't changed much. It wasn't as dominating as Lu Liu, or as beautifully eerie as Hong Yi. It was still an innocuous-looking slime. But inside, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Notice, your soldier Duo Lei has advanced to Devouring Slime, Excellent 3 star, and the talent Devouring, Intermediate, has ascended to devouring, advanced. At first glance, Duo Lai didn't seem to have changed much. The rank name was the same and there weren't many talent skills. It seemed like a child without favor from the world, but throughout the Tanyuan territory, the one with the strongest root bone was undoubtedly Duo Lai. The notification on the dashboard was silent for a moment, as if brewing or waiting. Then, like a bursting volcano, a barrage of notifications filled the entire screen. Notice: due to talent advancement, the power Duo Lai gained from devouring has been remodeled and enhanced during the evolution. Skill Fire has evolved into Fire Control. Skill Thunderbolt has evolved into Thunder Control. Skill Harden has evolved into Steel Control. Skill Mimicry has evolved into Complete Mimicry. Notice: Duo Lai has awakened talent's self-healing body, partial, and gravity, partial. Duo Lai blinked its big eyes. Fire emerged from its body like a twisting fire dragon, enveloping it completely. The next moment, when the fire dragon dissipated into sparks, what appeared was a human-shaped Duo Lai, draped in fire and wielding a weapon of thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, the fire and thunderbolt dispersed, changing into a suit of steel armor with a long spear. It could be considered somewhat dashing. The versatile Duo Lai started its performance. Laughter echoed in the open playground. General Duo Lai, is invincible again. Duo Lai went off to play on its own, and Mu Yuan also found a place to load Duo Lai mode and happily practiced. Duo Lai is indeed strong. There's a beautiful intensity to it. Under Duo Lai mode, my combat power seems to be stronger than the Dead Bone mode. This wasn't because Duo Lai was stronger than Dead Bone. It was because Duo Lai's skills were easier to use, unlike Dead Bone. But the strongest point of Duo Lai is its potential for further advancement, as long as it keeps eating. Duo Lai's evolution resulted in a surge in its combat power. Although its single-point burst ability was still not strong, it was very versatile. Low emotional intelligence, the king of bullying the weak. It displayed its dominating strength after a slight exchange with Lulu. Duo Lai, is the second strongest in Tanyuan. Number 1, Dead Bone. Number 2, Duo Lai. Number 3-4, Hong Yi, Lulu. Hong Yi has an advanced skill more than Lulu, while Lulu owns a piece of rare equipment. The two's configuration is evenly matched. In Mu Yuan's opinion, Hong Yi is stronger than Lulu in external battles, as ghost-type soldiers usually have a great advantage. But if Hong Yi were to fight Lulu, her winning rate would be less than 10%. She is countered by Lulu. At most, she could draw a match by keeping her distance. Number 5-10, Rakshasa, 17, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, June. The above are the top 10 in Tanyuan. 8 of them have the excellent tier. Another one with the excellent tier, Tree Demon Granny, is still suffering to absorb soul sand to upgrade. She is far from reaching the professional level. It's about time. I should head to the resource secret realm. Hopefully, I can find suitable treasures in the secret realm. What he wants the most, first is to speed up upgrading, for example, a special treasure, or a cultivation-type building. Second is a treasure that can enhance the defensive ability of the territory and greatly increase the sense of security. He looked back. Dead Bone and Duo Lai, the two generals, stood on either side. Then there were Lulu, 17, Bone 2 and 3, June, and other junior generals. Their equipment had almost all been replaced, equipped with Liu's Forge and Harden +3 general equipment. Almost all the strong people in Tanyuan territory, Mu Yuan brought them with him on this trip. There was no need to leave many behind, because he never really left home. Whether he left all the troops in the secret realm or sent them back, it would only take 3 seconds. He could also keep an eye on his territory at all times. Let's go, Mu Yuan said. In the blink of an idea, he loaded the template of Fearless Knight Lulu, and reached out to touch the secret realm's gate. The next moment, a silver great tide surged from inside the gate, enveloping him and the shadows of dozens of types of soldiers. Dizziness, shaking. The discomfort of passing through the secret realm's gate was lighter than last time. Mu Yuan quickly opened his eyes and held the shield in front of him in a defensive manner. Surrounding him were all the types of soldiers he had brought on this trip, gathering around in all directions. Further away, white fog, extremely dense mist, filling the entire space of the secret realm, obscuring the sky, the earth, and the vegetation. Nothing could be seen. There are many types of environments in the resource secret realm, and this should be a traditional war fog environment. Lord Shepherd mused to himself. Having prepared for battle for 3 days and 3 nights, gathering countless pieces of information, his efforts would not be wasted. At this moment, within a range of about 200 meters centered around him, the visibility was still clear. However, beyond this range, the white fog quickly became dense, and moving forward he could barely see his fingers in front of him, let alone recognize people. In the secret realm, the Lord acts as a torch to dispel the fog, which must go along with the Lord. Exploration failed. Deadbone shook his head. He created some small spider-like skeletons that quickly climbed into the fog, but soon lost contact. It also extended its finger bones inch by inch to form a long rope, which it tied around Bone 4. But this attempt failed as well. Once Bone 4 entered the deep fog, he was almost completely lost. Couldn't see anything. Spatial distortion, sensory confusion. It was only by Deadbone's forceful dragging that he was able to return. Otherwise, Mu Yuan would have had to kick Bone 4 out of the team, forcing him to withdraw from the secret realm. It seems the weaknesses of the secret realm are not so easy to find. It could also be that we're still too weak. Perhaps true powerhouses could see through the fog at a glance. But that said, even high-ranking lords can't enter this level of a secret realm. If taking shortcuts doesn't work, then we should really follow the rules of the secret realm and explore and treasure hunt. Mu Yuan led the team, placing himself in the center of the formation, wearing a black armor that didn't stand out among the ranks of soldiers. He dispelled the fog, and led the team onwards. Deadbone and others waited with concentrated expressions, their sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings one after the other. It was very quiet. The fog not only blocked their vision, but it also blocked sounds. Only when they approached something could they detect it. Gurgle tilde. At this moment, sharp-eyed, or rather, sharp-nosed Duo Lai noticed something different in the distance. A few dozen steps ahead, they could faintly see the silhouette of trees in the distance. He continued forward. The barren land was appearing greener, carpeting the area in front of them, guarding a large tree around 20 or 30 meters tall at the center. And on the tree, hung 3 droplet wet, lush fruits. A faint fragrance wafted out. This seems to be a wind-rain fruit, a rare treasure that can enhance the power and affinity of wind elements. It hasn't even been half an hour since they entered the resource secret realm. This is indeed a treasure land. Loved it. Deadbone carefully scoped out the area around the wind-rain fruit tree and found no guarding monsters. Duo Lai floated into the air, defying gravity, reached the treetop, and with the skill of a foodie, plucked the fruits one by one. He took another look at this tree, and cast a glance back at the Lord. He held his tongue. Mu Yuan understood Duo Lai's look. This treasure tree, can we just dig it up and take it back with us? This is a really great idea. However, brave men in the history of Xuan country had tried this before. But as soon as they started to dig up the tree, they were rejected by the secret realm and ejected. Even their several attempts to enter afterward met with the secret realm's rejection, missing out on valuable opportunities. The bloody lessons tell the future generations, don't be greedy. Mu Yuan reluctantly retracted his gaze. Having taken the treasure, he continued to probe into the vast white fog. He couldn't see anything around him except for some greenery around the tree. The rest of the land was somewhat barren, with only occasional sporadic and not massive or tall trees to be seen. But it doesn't matter. The environment is secondary, the treasures are the real deal. On a bare hill, light and shadow flickered. Here, Mu Yuan found a rare level remnant soul of a wolf cavalry. The water surface was smooth like a mirror, a treasure bead was floating on it. Here, Mu Yuan got a rare level cultivation aid treasure, which can be used for a long time to slightly increase the individual's soul sand absorption speed. It can stack with the bonuses of soldiers and buildings. A stunning tree that looked like a crystal carving emerged from the white fog, carrying numerous delicate crystals hanging from it. It smells like soul sand. Duo Lei twitched her nose. Looking up at this tree, more than 10 meters high, Mu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of Resource Secret Realm, where even soul sand trees existed. His horizons had been broadened. This batch of soul sand was so scattered and in abundant quantity, Duo Lei couldn't pick it all by herself. Dead Bone built a high platform from brittle bones for them to stand on. It took almost 7 to 8 minutes to pick all the soul sand fruits from the tree. Finally combined them a broken bar, a total of 22.5 soul crystals. It was too easy to profit from this soul sand. Soon, most of the day had passed. It seemed like there was no concept of day and night within the Resource Secret Realm, only a thick fog that never lifted. During this period, Lord Shepherd found one treasure spot after another. Received, Soul Crystal X33. Received, Rare Remnant Soul X2. Received, First Order Breakthrough Material, Nature X2, Element X2, Human Race X2. Received, Various Rare Materials X6. Received, Normal Remnant Soul, Crypt Assassin X10, Archer X20. Snake Man X20. But the entire process was not as simple as just picking up treasures. Occasionally, they would stumble upon treasure spots guarded by monsters. If the guarding monsters were only at the professional level, they would line up shoulder to shoulder, each providing support by engulfing the monsters. However, in one place, the guarding monster was almost as powerful as an Earth Rock Dragon, so Mu Yuan tactically retreated without engaging in a fight. Because it wasn't worth it. To defeat this guardian monster would take both time and effort, not to mention the risk involved. The reward was only a rare treasure, not worth the trouble when there were other spots to explore. Speed was the key to treasure hunting. Many treasure spots were already empty when Lord Shepherd arrived, obviously due to their delayed arrival. As time went on, the number of empty spots would increase, and the rewards would inevitably be far less than they were at the beginning. Although the Resource Secret Realm offered 7 days, this place might be cleaned out within 3 days. The effort of the player lords should not be underestimated. A tens of meters tall treasure tree stood in the dense fog, barely visible. It looked extraordinary. This was another crystal-like treasure tree, but it was not soul sand or soul crystals hanging on it, but several hexagonal cylindrical crystals. This a broken bar. Godshine Crystal Edge. A very special kind of treasure. To a veteran lord or a great lord, the Godshine Crystal Edge might not be necessary. But for a top-level lord, it was worth some rare remnant souls. It was a kind of cultivation treasure. The most special part about it was Godshine Crystal Edge, directly absorbed to let troops gain a huge amount of experience. The effect will decay when more than 5 are consumed. And on the tree, densely hung maybe tens of Godshine crystal edges. Mu Yuan held his breath. Before he could get closer, he abruptly saw 2 armies rushing over from a distance. Like him, they also stopped outside the treasure tree, their figures slightly visible through the fog. They stayed still at this point. Clearly, they were also surprised. There are other lords? More than one. Damn bad luck. What do you think? I don't agree with dividing it up evenly. Well, let's not waste any more time. As everyone is in a hurry, let's use the battle format. Winner takes all. According to the rules, if the parties who find the treasures can negotiate, they can divide the treasures among themselves. If the negotiation fails, they fight a battle, determine the winner, and decide the ownership. All 3 parties stopped far outside the treasure tree to avoid accidental conflict. Mu Yuan could only see the shadowy figures through the thick fog and hear the wavering voice from the right. It was a young lord. He could only make this judgment. To the left, a girl in a pale moon-colored robe bit her lip. Being a newly promoted lord, she was unlikely to win unless she happened to face another new lord. But she had no other choice. Either leave directly or use the battle format to strive for a slim chance. If she lost, it was just a defeat. Okay, she shouted, her voice echoing softly. Mu Yuan also yelled out loud, Okay. Then he led several of his generals forward. On one side of the treasure tree, in an area about 200 meters away, the representatives from all three parties officially came face to face. Each of them only brought a few types of soldiers. If they had come with all their troops, it would not be a negotiation of battle will, but a direct battle. To the left and right of Mu Yuan were the generals Deadbone and Duo Lei. By his side stood Lu Liu, the sword-bearer, while 17, with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, stood behind him. On his hand, he still wore the soul orb formed by Hong Yi and Rakshasa. Coming from the left was a young female leader. She was dressed in a moon-white robe that did not show her figure, and hung several ornaments that were likely special items on the outside of her robe. Next to the young female leader was a griffin and 3 soldiers, 2 women and 1 man. The male soldier was dressed in bright silver armor and held a red spear. He was probably a halberd guard. One of the female soldiers had long, flaxen hair draped over her shoulders, and her hands had a habitual tendency to come together. Mu Yuan guessed that she was a nun. In the end, the one holding a staff and wearing the same moon-white robe was likely a rare one-star mage. These were all just guesses, nothing was certain. The one glance to identify skill of the Lord could only work on wild monsters and could not pry into others. On the other hand, Lords often equip their generals with advanced equipment. This not only greatly enhances the power of their subordinates, but it also makes it difficult for outsiders to discern the basics of the army from their appearance. This only applies to soldier types whose physical appearances are quite ordinary. On the right was the young lord who had just spoken first. There were 3 soldiers each holding large swords and shields in front of him, and behind him were 2 gunmen holding firearms. At first glance, the elite under the command of the young lord was not as impressive as the young female leader. Neither the extravagance of the equipment nor the rarity of the soldier type could match up. But, while appearance can deceive, intuition cannot. 17, who was growing increasingly intuitive due to his mind arrow talent, stated that these people in front of them were not weak, they might even be very strong. There was a quiet hint of pressure. There are several conventional modes of battle will, such as the best of 3 rounds, or dividing the treasure into 2, 3, 4 parts, and deciding the ownership of a portion of the treasure with each round. However, the first 2 methods are too cumbersome. This location was simply a relatively precious treasure spot in the secret realm. Both Mu Yuan and the female leader defaulted to the winner-takes-all mode. The draw was quickly concluded. The first round was between the female leader and the young lord. Mu Yuan played the role of an onlooker witness. The first rule is to stop when called. Second, both parties, please send out your generals at the same time. From the side of the female leader, the female mage in the moon-white robe came out with her staff. As for the young lord, none of his generals stepped forward from his side. He himself took several steps forward, raised his palm facing outwards, and suddenly, the lord's seal on the back of his hand lit up, summoning a giant shadow. It appeared with a bang, casting a large shadow. Giant, a rare 2-star level giant soldier type. He was over 8 meters tall, with his whole body wrapped in hard and thick armor, only revealing a pair of squinted eyes. He squeezed his palm and stepped forward slowly, the eyes under his mask coldly overlooking the tiny mage facing him. An indescribable sense of oppression came over them. The female leader instinctively took a half step back, and a look of stupefaction appeared on her pretty face. How can this be? A new lord, huh? The young man looked at the female lord, then gazed at Mu Yuan, who was entirely concealed in a tin helmet, with an unreadable expression. Hiding a few tricks while traveling is basic etiquette. Let me, as a senior, give you newcomers a lesson, with the treasure tree serving as the tuition fee. The giant took a step forward and gradually started to run towards the female mage. Without a doubt, he could turn the female mage into a paste with a swing of his palm. But the combat instinct of the rare mage was not lacking, aided by the lord behind her who quickly regained her senses and began directing her. She raised her staff high and a small bit of orange-red flame emerged, followed by rapid magnification, transforming into a large fireball over 2 meters in diameter, glowing hotly and fiercely, and shot towards the giant. It looks like she is indeed a rare one-star mage. This type of soldier usually awakens Fireball, Ice Cone, Windblade and other abilities, and this mage's Fireball technique is obviously utilizing energy compression techniques. The fireball's diameter was not as large as when Duo Lei used to wield the shaman staff, but the energy was concentrated. Under the giant's attempt to block with his fist, it exploded mid-air. A dazzling blaze emerged, spreading out into a fiery canopy covering dozens of meters around them. However, the next moment, the giant, protected under his thick armor, burst out of the fire and punched down brutally. Boom! The earth trembled and countless cracks encased a visible fist imprint. But there was no trace of the splattered mage. In the brief moment just now, a breeze manifested from her staff, wrapping around her and propelling her away by 2 or 3 dozen meters. The mage, who had just set foot on the ground again, once again raised her staff high, and an orange-red flame quickly ignited, transforming into a huge fireball several meters in diameter, which was somewhat unstable. Before she could throw it out, a huge figure emerged from the smoke and dust, moving with agility and speed that did not match his bulky figure. He flew forward and stepped heavily on the mage. Boom! This time he hit her, and the ground quivered violently. The fireball exploded like a popped balloon, and the flames scattered like water. A figure was rolling out from the smoky fire. She was still whole, with a faint egg-shaped glow around her that shattered into countless particles of light and disappeared with a pop. It's the Great Amulet. She had at least 2 rare equipment items on her. She's rich. However, the female leader conceded in the next second. A wise choice. The young lord's mouth curled up into a smile as he turned to look at Yuan. It's your turn. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing the giant that showed no signs of injury. The only damage was a slight scorch mark on the gauntlet that had blocked the fiery fireball just now. He stood like an invincible giant, guarding in front of the precious tree, or, you could choose to admit defeat. That's also an option. Yuan looked at the giant. Its level was approximately at the peak of the professional level, and there was a small chance it had entered the elite level. It was also dressed in sturdy armor and probably had rare equipment on its body. It also had the command of a lord, which made it slightly easier to deal with than the Earth Rock Dragon. 17 could not compete against it. The odds were not high with Lulu either. However, for Hong Yi, whose attacks targeted the spirit, such opponents were a good match. This was the advantage of having a wide pool of generals. Mages were actually at a disadvantage in the Battle of Wills, but the female leader probably had no choice. That was the type of soldier she had invested the most resources and had the highest level. This mage also showed formidable combat power. The female leader was likely a top-ranked contender. Chirp tilde. At this moment, Duo Lei chose to fight. Yuan contemplated and said, "That's fine." For safety, let General Duo Lei slay the giant. Duo Lei, in a blue robe with her hair fluttering in the wind, entered the battlefield with empty hands. The second round of the precious tree cup silently began. It was like spring coming twice. Duo Lei extended her fair palm, a seedling of fire condensed in the palm, which expanded into a fiery hot fireball in an instant. Another mage. Fact has proven that mages are far from a match for the giant. This must indeed be a new lord who hasn't been beaten down by society. Perhaps it's a top-ranking newcomer. But no matter how top-ranking, she's still a newcomer. The giant swung his fist, smashing the fireball and disintegrating the crackling flame. He charged forward slightly, but just after taking a step, another flaming fireball hurtled straight towards his face. He had to raise his hand to smash this fireball. Broken flames exploded in the sky once again. But the giant is still unharmed. His defense is too terrifying, the female leader murmured. The next second, however, 1, 2, 3, 4, the blue-haired girl extended her fair palms, and fireball after fireball condensed and fired intermittently, as if there was no need for chanting, and the energy output didn't seem to need a break in between. This continuous bombardment hit the giant's raised arm. The firelight exploded, evoking a mist. The giant was bombarded to the point where his figure shook, and he couldn't stop himself from stepping backwards. Again and again. Crack tilde, bang tilde. It's shattered. The wrist guard the giant was wearing cracked open, and his arm became scorched under the exploding flames. Seeing this, the female leader perked up as if she herself had waged a victorious move. She clenched her fist and punched the air forcefully. Boom! The giant roared, pulling off the gauntlet with one hand. The next moment, the energy within his body surged out, and streams of energy wrapped and twined around his arm, transforming into a translucent energy armor that dispelled the flaming fireball. Energy wrapping, energy shaping? No, a 20-foot-long energy chain, an inch by inch, woven spread was formed in the giant's clenched palm. This was energy armor. This was the symbol of a soldier transitioning into the elite level. Not only could they shape energy into a protective armor for themselves, but they could also naturally evolve the energy suitable for the specific individual's energy weapon. This can also be added to their original equipment, greatly enhancing their destructive power and defensive power. However, energy armor requires skill to use, and also severely consumes the soldiers themselves. Once their energy is insufficient, they can't maintain it. At this moment, the giant not only demonstrated the energy armor, his speed and burst power had also improved. Or rather, when he was dealing with the female mage just now, he was withholding his power. Now, the giant was displaying his complete capability. This was a lesson for newcomers from the old lord and the old silver coin. The two men's gazes intersected, then they turned back to the battleground. The giant launched into the rampage. Unfitting to his bulky figure, he maintained a tremendous speed and the dim orange flames flared on his body. He swung the chain, clearing away the flaming fireballs and set off a series of explosions in midair every time a fireball darted towards him. The enormous chain, spinning like a grating wheel, swept across the ground, kicked up the dust and clanged against massive rocks. In the giant's hands, it appeared like a giant python lunging at the petite, fragile, slow mage who looked like she was about to get shattered and torn apart by the chain in the next second. It hit thin air. Rock fragments and dust shot up more than 10 meters high, like powerful explosives repeatedly detonating, but there was no sign of the blue-haired mage. Where did she go? What kind of skill did she use? The young lord suddenly looked up. Dozens of meters in the air, a girl stood there without the support of wings or swirling winds. She just stood there, her sky-blue hair naturally falling, as if standing on the ground. Yet she was high above in the sky. Looking down on them all, the young lord, his pupils narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed. The giant roared in protest. He half-crouched and plunged his hand, wrapped in energy armor, into the ground. Laser-like focus. He tore out a boulder from the earth and hurled it into the air. Duo Lei swiftly dodged the oncoming boulder with a mere sidestep. From this moment on, I shall stand above all. It wanted to say this, but the Lord didn't allow it to speak, so it resolved to sew its mouth shut. Let's talk with fists instead. It reached out, a single finger pointing to the sky. A spark of fire erupted from its fingertip and rapidly expanded into a hot and searing fireball. It didn't throw it just yet. It dodged the giant's flying rocks, continually channeling energy into the fireball. 300%, 500%. The ends of his sky-blue hair started to glow a bright orange, as if aflame. The fireball held aloft by Duo Lei, refined to utmost perfection, grew in size, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The huge fireball, with a diameter of over 10 meters, hung in the sky like a miniature sun, radiating endless light and heat. The female leader raised her hand to shield her eyes from the brilliance. Like recalling something suddenly, she hastily backed away. The young lord's face changed slightly, and he retreated behind several soldiers. In the meantime, the giant's energy armor began to spread inch by inch from his arm, attaching itself to his armor. Before long, it was covering his entire body. He roared and charged forward. The fiery miniature sun dropped from the sky. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to turn into light. Visible heat waves dispersed, hitting the surrounding fog and dissipating it gradually. After the light came fire. After the fire came smoke, flames, smoke, and the echoing roars swept across the entire area. Rubble was scattered everywhere, and the ground was left with a deep pit. Within the pit, amidst the dust, a massive form stood up once more, roaring and wafting away the thick smoke and dust. The giant appeared disheveled, with most of his energy armor dissipated, and his worn-out armor was greatly damaged. He panted, but he still stood. He hasn't lost. The young lord was just about to voice this thought when he noticed the female mage in the sky raising her white, smooth finger again, as if she contained a horrifying power. A spark of flame blossomed once more. But my giant will not fall just like this. The spark of flame transformed into an expanding fireball. The young lord, I concede. At the highest speed he could muster, he recalled his giant into the lord's seal, fearing another fireball. With a complex expression, he watched the female mage slowly descend from the sky. No, this is certainly not a one-star rare level mage. He could vaguely sense that the girl's level had not yet broken into elite level, but she wielded a terrifying power strong enough to suppress the giant. This was unmistakably a high-order troop. Elemental magician, or burning flame wizard, or perhaps something else. The young lord couldn't figure it out. But he could tell that not only was the girl of high level, but her skills were also incredibly proficient. The simple use of an extra-large fireball demonstrated her exceptional underlying abilities. He glanced at the lord that was wrapped in black armor, acting like a green hand. He could assert that this person was definitely not a green hand. This was definitely a lord with more experience than him, and even more skilled at pretending to be a newbie. Deep resentment. The young lord angrily brushed his sleeve and left. The female leader glanced around. Mr. Big Shot, should I leave too? Like a frightened little deer, she disappeared into the fog with her troops. Let's get to work. After the battle, a still energetic duo Lai flew to the top of the treasure tree and commenced harvesting. However, its energy consumption was not slight. Given duo Lai's current energy reserves, it could only release 2.5 shots of full power amidst extra large fireball plus the continuous fireball bombardment it had executed earlier. In actuality, it had only had the power for one more shot. If duo Lai had just entered the professional level, a single extra large fireball might have entirely drained it, causing it to fall from the sky. Even so, it managed to establish the fame of duo Lai artillery, securing its position as the strongest artillery in Tanyuan territory. Yes, the only artillery mage in Tanyuan territory was duo Lai. Soon, the Godshine Crystal Edge was harvested. As the hero of this battle and the second strongest in Tanyuan, duo Lai naturally received the most allowance of 5 pieces. It picked up one, enthusiastically chewing it. Its eyes instantly narrowed. Delicious. Is this a matter of taste? Thump. Duo Lai held its head. I've gained a lot of experience and leveled up. Duo Lai's previous level was Tier 1, Level 6. Leveling up required a significant amount of time and soul sand. Even with advanced methods, it would take at least a month to reach Tier 1, Level 7. And this was only with the help of the skeleton cemetery and its high-quality attribute. Troops of a high-quality level up faster. The further one progresses, the wider the gap with ordinary troops becomes. Deadbone was also absorbing the Godshine Crystal Edge, quickly converting it into combat power. The growth wasn't sufficient though. Only after consuming 3 whole Godshine Crystal Edges did Deadbone's level increase to LV18. That being said, an increase in level also allowed it to greatly enhance its combat power. Yuan planned to leave 3 of the 39 total treasures for the tree demon Granny, store some for future use, and distribute the remaining treasures among the generals on the spot, and keep some for himself. Yuan briefly left the secret realm for a short rest and adjustment. He then entered duo Lai mode. He held the Godshine Crystal Edge up to his mouth, hesitated, then bit down into it, like biting into a thin, crispy chip. Immediately, pure energy flooded into his body, flowing through his limbs and deep into his soul. I leveled up. His level was approximately Tier 1, Level 1, not high. After absorbing the Godshine Crystal Edge, energy flowed in his body as though he'd received a generous gift from heaven. He felt himself getting stronger and stronger, and the feeling was so satisfying. In a few moments, the surging river of energy in his body began to calm down. I've increased my energy limit by about 20%. Not just that. His body's muscles were invigorated under the blessings of energy, becoming stronger. In an instant, wisps of energy wrapped around his fingertips. Activating, controlling, and stabilizing all saw significant improvements. What if he would upgrade to professional level peak or even the elite level? He was curious to see the landscape of elite level. Yet, it would take time. If he didn't cheat, without special treasures like the Godshine Crystal Edge and without the baptism of heaven and earth, it would take the Lord Shepherd at least 2 or 3 months to upgrade from level 1 to great perfection. That premise was based on his usage of the Duo AI template. With the standard troop templates, it would probably take forever. Alert, your creature, Ancient Treeman, Tree Demon Granny has broken through to the professional level. Boom. The Treeman forest slightly trembled, a robust tree near the archway of a building grown at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the height of about 5 floors, approximately 10 or more meters high. The branches and roots sprung from the ground, wandering like an earth dragon. An old and wrinkled face emerged from the trunk. "Lord, I greet you," it said. Yuan looked up, his admiration unending. The giant he had faced in battle earlier was enormous, but it still looked like a toddler next to the tree demon Granny. That's the advantage of a larger size. Bigger is stronger. Generally speaking, the one with a bigger body also has a more abundant reserve of energy. At most, they might just move slower, a minor issue. After a brief rest, the Great Lord Shepherd continued to explore the resource secret realm. This time, he brought fewer types of troops in his team. Liu, Deadbone, and Duo Lai guarded him from all sides. 17 and a dozen skeleton warriors trailed closely behind him. After the initial stage, indeed, the chances of finding treasures greatly diminished. After 3 consecutive times, the treasures Yuan found were already claimed. 3 hours passed and all he gathered were 3 wind rain fruits and 1 rare level remnant soul. So, he increased his exploration speed a little while remaining cautious. The next day, the 3rd day, the 4th day, as time went by, fewer and fewer places with treasures remained. He also encountered elite-level creatures guarding the territorial treasures, and swiftly secured the treasures after killing them. He had seen the powerful elite-level creature die outside the treasure spot, the entire body completely wrecked. Naturally, he also ran into other armies of lords. Both would catch sight of each other in the distant, vast fog, not attempting to get nearer and would just silently walk off in different directions. This encounter had happened 6 times during the previous days. One of the encounters was with a female leader he had met before, who scurried away just at the sight of him. Yuan was silent. During this period, he had fought for the ownership of a batch of soul crystals. Once. The opponent was an old lord whose control over power was nothing compared to the Lord Giant. His champion was only a professional level peak halberd guard who dueled with Liu for dozens of rounds before eventually being defeated on the wasteland. Now that it's getting harder to find rare treasures, I can focus on other things. There were vast skies and lands waiting for him outside, and he shouldn't be too hung up on a single secret realm. Coincidentally, during his exploration of the secret realm these days, he managed to obtain a rather nice treasure, the guide compass. Type, special items. Description, using the location at the time of use as a starting point, the compass pointer will always point towards the nearest special architecture, guiding the user to arrive. Current remaining uses, 3/3. The value of this item, in his eyes, was higher than that of 10 rare materials. The Blessing Temple located 20 kilometers away from Yuan territory was a special building. If he used this compass, it wouldn't direct him towards the Blessing Temple, would it? Probably not. He planned to leave Deadbone out of the secret realm, leading a team to find special buildings. Suddenly, Yuan blinked around. The dense fog that had filled the secret realm and hindered sight thinned, thinner and thinner. Half an hour later, the war fog that used to fill the entire realm almost completely disappeared, with traces of it left dispersed between heaven and earth. The barren land with scattered weeds and the green forest in the distance, along with the treasure trees, were all within sight. And, in the far sight, a faint column of light shot up into the sky as if treasures were beckoning at the lords. It's treasure. It must be treasure. Duo Lai tugged at his arm. Yuan was also interested, After all, this is a resource secret realm where valuable resources tend to show up. So, he quickly exited the secret realm, summoned more hurricane warhawks that were on standby in his territory, then stepped back into the secret realm. The hurricane warhawks took to the sky. They sharply watched over the distance where the yellow light column was. It sheltered one treasure after another, glowing faintly. An old lord walked up to the light column, gently touching it. Finally, it's here. The legendary wing. When all the treasures in the resource secret realm are taken away, the core column will radiate light, and rarer treasures will come forth. The Lord mumbled. He was becoming breathless when his eyes fell upon one of the treasures. The hero's proof. It actually appeared in a level 1 secret realm. I must seize it. This could be the only opportunity in my life. When the light pillar shot into the sky, various lords who were still in the secret realm rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Looking down from the sky, one could see numerous armies gathering rapidly towards the secret realm's core where the light pillar stood. Many lords even sent out their airborne troops for reconnaissance. For a while, various creatures such as harpies, battle falcons, giant bats, gargoyles, griffins, and so on flew to great heights, conveying various messages with their cries. Half an hour later, Yuan also led his team to the light pillar's location and observed the various assembled armies from afar. There were leaders he had encountered before, such as the female leader and the giant lord, as well as unfamiliar lords. Among the remaining lords, he also identified a vaguely familiar figure. After thinking for a bit, "Oh, isn't that the Lord Dara who ranks quite high?" Lord Dara did leave a deep impression on Yuan during the Lord trial because he had a strong shooter wearing luxurious equipment. Compared to before, the army of Lord Dara has become countless times more luxurious. Decked out in luxurious attire, there were at least a dozen strong shooters possibly equipped with rare equipment, among which 3 were even more luxurious with armor emitting a faint golden glow. Yuan could not help but suspect that they were rare 3-star god archers. There were also several imperial guards and mages. Besides, magma snakes of elemental life were prowling around. Lord Dara was not hiding anything at all. Ignoring the level factors, his current lineup is the most luxurious, standing out among the group of lords. This damn second generation. What's the use or such luxury? Most of his troops have not even crossed the professional level yet. It's all just for show. But give him a few more months to develop. This Lord Dara can easily surpass us. He can surpass us even when lying down. Is this the worth of top newcomers? Even at this moment, we must not underestimate the power of Lord Dara. We old lords might take a tumble if we're not careful. But the real opponents are those guys. In the secret realm, 17 lords gathered. The majority were old lords, but a few were newly appointed lords. Just like the female leader, she stopped at a considerable distance and watched from afar, not so confident about her own strength. Several other lords also had a similar stance. Perhaps they were newcomers and already felt the gap in strength during their exploration of the secret realm. Only Lord Dara, unlike a newcomer, was arrogant and confident, looking down on everything. As a legitimate newcomer, Yuan did not go too close. Instead, he surveyed everything from afar through the vision of the hurricane warhawk. The pale yellow light pillar enveloped over 30 precious items. On the light pillar, one after another Xuan Huang runes were engraved, vanishing bit by bit like sand in an hourglass. Once the runes completely disappeared and the enchantment opened, the scramble for the treasures would start immediately. However, prompt, you have entered the core area of the secret realm. Prompt. In the dark, a rule reminder resonated. If anybody wanted to get the treasures here, they must obey the rules here, that is, battleground competition. For each treasure, there corresponds one battleground. The ownership of the treasure will be determined through one-on-one park battles. Under the command of the lords, a strong man can only appear once. Yuan wore a strange expression. I wonder, did Xuan country plagiarize its battle mode from here? The difference is that there is the power of rules here, which allows you to fight to the death without actually dying. But outside the battlegrounds, it's still a free environment. not as safe as the secret realm of challenge. Lord Shepherd wouldn't let down his guard due to that. His entire body was still wrapped in a sturdy armor of the fearless knight, not leaving a single slit exposed. A lord wearing a silver armor stepped forward and declared loudly, "Everyone should be aware of the rules of the core area. Let's proceed according to the rules. If anyone wants to sneak attack or sabotage, I, Wang Wang, will be the first one to object." "What do you think?" Wang Wang, the Looking Sky Lord. He was an official lord, and several of the old lords present had a good relationship with him. They all agreed in succession. New lords naturally had no objection. They were more afraid of being sneak attacked. So, a simple agreement was formed that if anyone violated the rules, all would attack together and expel them from the secret realm. Under the lead of Wang Wang, one by one, the lords introduced themselves to show that they would not break the agreement. After all, once one violated the agreement and was attacked by the group, that's a minor issue. Having a bad reputation among the lords' circle was a major issue. "Lord of the Giant Stone Territory," said the youth who possessed the giant trump card. Lord Liu Cheng of the Giant Stone Territory. He had a good reputation among the old players, and his giant had won numerous brilliant battles. I am a new lord, Yaniu Territoria broken by Yusayo," the female leader from before said. Right after she finished, a new lord whispered, "It's the Lord Yaniu who ranks 36th on the gold list. Rumor has it that she's a super rich lady." There are only just over 10 lords here, but it has gathered 3 geniuses on the gold list. Lord Da Ri, Lord Yaniu, and Lord Lu Renier. "I didn't expect that I would have the chance to appear on the same stage with these future big shots. The Lord's circle is, after all, not that large." Before the Lords Yaniu and Lu Renier revealed their identities, they had already been recognized. The ones who truly lacked a sense of presence, resembling passers-by, held sideline roles or set up jokes, but were utterly ordinary and had no renown or recognition. There were the few remaining newcomers, including, but not exclusively, a certain Mr. Mu. The young man, Liu Cheng, looked over, frowning as if in thought. The female leader, Yusayo, cast her gaze over. Ordinary and unrecognizable, the man in black armor, Mu Yuan, hesitated slightly before slowly saying a few words. "Newcomer, Tan Yuan." Suddenly, it was as if someone had hit the mute button. The secret realm fell into silence. A few lords found the word Tan Yuan familiar, while the majority of lords were suddenly shocked. The Lord Da returned abruptly, his eyes wide open, staring intently with a blazing gaze. Are you the Lord of Tan Yuan?" Astonishment. The Lord of Tan Yuan was actually here. Some lords' minds were already churning out thousands of words of articles. The young man, Liu Cheng, was even more shocked. "You're not pretending to be green, you really are a green hand." But he always felt more hurt, as if his heart had been heavily bombarded and couldn't help but rise again. Oz. The female leader, Yusayo, "I fought giants with the big boss Tan Yuan." After a short while, bang tilde. The last rune on the pale yellow light pillar disappeared like grains of sand flowing away. The light pillar subsequently shattered and revealed small light pillars encasing various treasures. A lord immediately stepped forward, tapping lightly with his fingertip, and a power of the rule fell and transformed into a battlefield. Inside the battlefield, there stood a female gunslinger wearing a cowboy hat and holding 2 fire guns, standing proudly and waiting for the challengers to take the stage. If no one challenges within 10 minutes, it will be considered a victory. At the same time, people in the rule battlefield will neither die in battle nor maintain their status after the battle, eliminating the possibility of consecutive combat. Lords who were confident and determined to get a certain treasure immediately sent out their main generals. The battle between the major generals had already broken out. "Lord of Tan Yuan, fight with me." "Who are you?" "We are not familiar." "Aren't you childish?" Mu Yuan deliberated on his strategy. There were over 30 treasures, and as a meek and pitiable new lord, he couldn't possibly seize them all. He must make choices. He must decide. He felt the onset of his choice disorder. Of course, among these, some options could be directly ruled out, such as the nature elf, ghosts of the underworld, god monster and a few other rare 3-star remnant souls that were highly coveted by senior lords. Their acquisition difficulty was second only to the hero's proof and the key to the secret region. "You want this blueprint, don't you?" Lord Da, acting like he had seen through him, marched straight to the light pillar of the miracle blueprint. A middle. Training ground, rare. There was already a general from a lord's house on the field here. He was a halberd guard, and Lord Da directly sent out a shooter in gorgeous golden armor. As soon as he entered the field, his arrows shot out like a machine gun. Pop, pop, pop. Triple shot. Charging arrow. Unveiling two skills at the same time. He certainly was a rare 3-star god archer. Wearing several pieces of rare equipment, his shot arrows were trailed by fiery tail flames, and when they collided with the long halberd of the halberd guard, they gave off explosive roars. Brilliant sparks erupted continuously. The halberd guard only charged halfway before he was slain on the spot amidst the popping exploding arrows. The halberd guard's master, a senior lord who had been around for over half a year, wore an ugly expression. His god archer level isn't high. If it weren't for his high-end gear, my halberd guard wouldn't have. But Lord Da didn't spare him another glance. His gaze was burning, focusing on the distant figure clad in black armor. "Come on, fight with me, don't be a wimp." This training field blueprint was indeed one of the treasures that Yuan coveted. It could enhance the level of focus and energy recovery speed of troops during practice. It was useful for ordinary troops, even more so for extremely gorgeous troops that had awakened their self-awareness. It had immense usability. And so, he stepped forward. Under the escort of Deadbone and other generals, he reached out and touched it. The black-armored Lu Liu, one of the top 4 from Yuan, stepped onto the battlefield. At this moment, the battle is intense. The battle wills of the lords are raging against each other. The two precious treasures, the hero's proof and the key to the secret region, are yet to be claimed due to their extraordinary value. Around the rare 3-star remnant souls, however, armies from all households are fighting fervently, to the brink of exhaustion. Even so, the battle between Lord Da and Lord Yuan, the two top-ranked newcomers, still draws some attention. Lord Da has already demonstrated formidable power, crushing a veteran lord's general. Then, would the Yuan lord, the mysterious Yuan lord, who ranks even higher, compare? Probably wouldn't be too far off. Arrows are already shooting around like streaks of light. He shot with full force right away. Over a dozen arrows pierce through the air, producing continuous explosive sounds as they detonate. During the last battle, the halberd guard staggered under the barrage of these explosive blasts, ultimately failing to defend. He was struck in the face by multiple arrows and died. But Lu Liu remains steady. He channels his energy into the shield of the earth rock, slightly tilting the shield upwards. Emitting a soft glow, it firmly deflects the detonating exploding arrows without a hint of shaking. The Royal Guard has a lower expenditure due to its ground defense, hence a higher chance of winning. No, the God Archer also has a small expenditure. His arrows are all enchanted ones. Their power comes from Kryptoni gold. It's hard to say who can hold out until the end. Moreover, the God Archer has already begun to rapidly run around, his speed increasing as he's surrounded by a blue wind, leaving continuous after images on the field. It's the battle boots. His battle boots possess a wind speed skill. He kept circling behind, firing arrows from all directions, covering the field like a network. In this situation, Lu Liu only had to use the guard skill, to block the exploding arrow strikes coming from all directions. Again and again. The God Archer now controls the rhythm of the assault. There are nearly a dozen bowstrings pulled to full draw on the field, about to release their arrows. It's as if a great army surrounds the immobilized Royal Guard at its center. The black silhouette has been engulfed in the constant explosions of the orange fiery light. Under these conditions, the slow-moving Royal Guard couldn't counterattack at all. Even if he possessed the charge skill, he couldn't catch the elusive God Archer, who even left behind after images to confuse him. In order for the Royal Guard to win, he had to hold on until the archer exhausted himself. But during this process, if the Royal Guard made even the slightest mistake, he would be swept away by these highly destructive exploding arrows. Who can hold out to the end? Hold on? Beneath the flaming inferno and his black mask, Lu Liu's eyes were as calm as still water, reflecting the dodging silhouettes. An unknown soldier, who died on the battlefield like trivial sand, would be forgotten by all. A common sentry, who was cultivated by the Lord, was given a miraculous baptism, which opened a new life for him. His name is Liu. Tan Yuan's Liu. He would do everything in his power to repay the Lord's cultivation. By the name of Fearless, he shouted, his voice drowned out by the blasting sounds. His silhouette shot out like a bullet, wrapped in a faint golden glow. Fearless, fearless, along with invincible. The black silhouette charged out of the flames, confronting the incoming rain of flaming arrows. Without evading, Lu Liu continued to rush forward. The strong explosions didn't shake his silhouette in the slightest. As he passed by, their flames suddenly extinguished as if swallowed up. The god archer quickly bent his path, running towards another area. However, the black-armored warrior possessed an agility that didn't match his size. With a sudden turn and rapid acceleration, in an instant, he caught up with the god archer who had just exhausted his wind speed skill. Before the archer, and in front of the startled Lord Da, the black spear swept across. The spear thrust out like a dragon. Boom! The god archer's armor cracked, caving inward. He was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing hard against the enchantment light curtain, causing waves to ripple across it. Blood seeped from his body. His arms, which he had used to block the attack, horrifically bent, revealing chilling white bones. Just as he was about to die, he struggled to open his eyes, only to see a massive black shield rapidly enlarging in front of him. Boom! Go! The fire fades, and the scorched, cracked earth resumes its flatness. The burly warrior dressed in black armor, holding a large shield, stands alone in the field, looking around. But, what just happened? A lord blinked his eyes, another lord glanced at the other few battle situations during a stalemate. When they turned their attention back, they saw the god archer turn to pulp. Did they lose so completely? Lord Da is completely stunned. Shocking. Lord Da was actually defeated by Tan Yuan. A lord is composing thousands of words in his head, planning to post it on the forum after returning. He was sure to get countless likes. After all, this is the freshest, hottest, and most relevant information related to Lord Tan Yuan. As expected of Big Boss Tan Yuan, easily crushing Lord Da. Awesome. Afterwards, Lu Liu faced two more challenges. The process was pretty much the same, taking a beating for a while, seizing the chance, and crushing the enemy. When he burst into full power, he would suddenly sweep them away like a mighty general of his time, finally frightening off the contenders and securing the treasure miracle blueprint training field. Also, it had a lot to do with the competing lords. After that, Yuan set his sights on another treasure, another miracle blueprint, the cultivation quiet room, rare. This construction can provide a comfortable cultivation environment and slightly increase the user's soul sand absorption speed. For veteran lords, increasing the upgrade speed is not as important as raising the limit, rare 3-star, but there are more lords competing for this blueprint than the ones for the training field blueprint just now. The arena battle has already entered the third round. The final victor is a wolf cavalry at the professional level peak. Yuan set his eyes on Hong Yi. "You're up." He tilde. The laughter echoed in the battlefield as Hong Yi, in a red dress, grandly entered the scene. Blood seemed to drip from her dress, emitting an eerie and ominous aura. Just the first impression was enough to send shivers down one's spine. She also revealed a dominance that was much stronger than Lu Liu, at least visually. She formed giant bloody claws several meters long and struck down the wolf cavalry time and time again, even sometimes emitting sharp shrieks that echoed through the arena. After dozens of rounds, Hong Yi beheaded the cavalry off the wolf. She's stronger than the former royal guard. Perhaps this is Lord Tan Yuan's true trump card. But what kind of unit is this? Her abilities are somewhat strange. A few lords muttered, then began to hesitate. They also had stronger armies, but they could also choose to compete for other treasures instead of taking a chance here. It'll be shameful for an established lord to lose to a newcomer who's been around for just over a month. Even if it's Lord of Tan Yuan, it's better to wait and see. But one brave lord stood up. It was Da. Does Lord Da have a stronger trump card too? This batch of newcomers are as terrifying as. Before he could finish the thought, Lord Da himself had already stepped onto the stage. Veteran Lord, admittedly, it complies with the rules that the lords occasionally participate in person in battle. However, most lords deem it an issue of dignity, and more importantly, the majority of the lords' combat power couldn't match their trump cards. But Lord Da was clearly not among those weak lords. The stream of light on his body was shining and changing. Then, in the blink of an eye, he took the pose of the god archer. This was far from the end. With Lord Da's low shout, his black hair turned golden, like flowing golden flames, radiating a scorching golden light. Flames of golden light also surged from his body, blending with the treasure armor, making him look like a deity. He stretched out his arms, and feather arrows flew out one by one from his quiver, enveloped in flowing golden flames, pointing towards the red figure in the distance, like a flurry of golden flaming flying swords. He, Lord Da, was in full form. One look at him would terrify any bystander. No wonder he had the confidence and the arrogance to step onto the arena himself. The veteran lord was taken aback. My troops are inferior. Great Lord Shepherd was also secretly shocked. If these arrow with golden flames strike, Hong Yi, even with the protection of the bloody robe skill, won't be able to withstand it for long. This is kind of restraining Hong Yi. Then, it's time for the big move. As Lord Da was showing off his perfect form, Hong Yi closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her eyes, now blood red, seemed to contain a prison that locks the viewers in. What is this? What was once a flat combat platform had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a terrifying scene filled with gloom, crow caws, piled up bones, and a suspended blood moon. The only constant was the figure in the red dress standing in the distance. Only her dress became more crimson, dripping like blood mercilessly onto the ground. She stood in front of a red building covered in bloody traces. Bell chimes rang from atop the building, carrying a soul-stirring demonic sound in their pealing. This is an illusion technique, a complete illusory world formed by advanced illusion techniques and skillful manipulation. Lord Da had clearly seen a lot, having noticed this immediately. However, that was as far as it got. Despite his attempts to invert energy and block energy, he could not escape from this terrifying illusionary scene. His golden flame arrows obliterated the red figure, along with the weird building behind it. However, the next moment, the figure in red and the strange building appeared again, undamaged, in another spot not too far away. Then came the second, third, and fourth Hong Yi. Eerie buildings sprung up all around. The eerie chuckles echoed in the secluded space enclosed by the buildings. Lord Da's face gradually turned pale. "Who are you?" Hong Yi appeared not far away in a red dress, cocking her head as if in thought. After a while, she said solemnly yet earnestly, "I am merely one of the many in our master's service, nothing special, he tilde." Lord Da's heart shuddered. The defense line of his spirit, which could only barely hold on, collapsed completely at this moment. He was swallowed by the terrifying wave of illusions. A broken bar. In the real world, only 2 seconds had passed. Lord Da was still displaying his unbeatable form, making people marvel at his terrible golden flame talent. Given time, he was certain to have a place among Taig's Yuan strongman. The next second, clatter tilde, the suspended feather arrows lost their power and support and fell one after another. The golden flames flickering on them, along with the golden flames rising from Lord Da, went out and disappeared. At this moment, Lord Da, sealed in treasure armor, had turned white, covered in cold sweat, and could not even stand properly before collapsing on one knee, using his hand to support himself. Cold sweat dripped down, one drop at a time. After struggling for a few seconds, Lord Da couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The next moment, he was kicked off the stage by the rule's power and regained his state, but his face was still pale, and his palms clenched in his sleeves trembled slightly. These details were difficult for others to see. They only saw, Lord Da had stepped up, Lord Dara showing his invincible stance. Lord Dara was defeated in a second. Is he that weak? Some old lord scratched his head. Looks can be deceiving with the sky. Indeed, no wonder he only ranks 5th. Maybe this rank is even too high. I guess his endurance is mostly taken up by his special effects. You geese know nothing. You geese know nothing at all. This red ghost is terrifying. You guys totally don't understand. Lord Dara roared. Even though his physical condition had recovered, he was still left with a lingering fear in his heart. Where did Lord Tan Yuan get such a strong man from? No wonder he could clinch first place on the leaderboard. He was not wronged in his defeat to Tan Yuan at all. As for one of the ordinary subordinates of the master mentioned by Hong Yi, Lord Dara did not believe a single word. It was just ruse to break his mental defense. And it indeed broke his defense. Scared and envious, his defense was broken. And then the whispers of the surrounding lords pierced his heart, breaking his defense once again. You geese don't understand at all. He cursed under his breath, angry at these ignorant and foolish lords. Not bothering to watch the treasure contention anymore, Lord Dara returned and left, disappearing into the secret realm 3 seconds later. Perhaps it was because Lord Dara was too weak, or perhaps because the cultivation quiet room is too tempting. Anyway, after a certain lord left the field, Hong Yi subsequently welcomed 3 challengers. All of them were shredded by her blood claw, one after another. Even an elite-level peak strongman in a treasure armor couldn't force out her sinful eye prison. At this moment, Hong Yi was just a first-class 3rd grade. She didn't wear any rare equipment. However, the resentment spirit's talent for absorption, the one-star profession of excellence, made her basic ability far superior to the same level. She also gained the hero's aura, undead domination, strategic talent support from Emperor Deadbone, and the high-level skill Bloody Robe. Even if she chose to head-to-head, she could suppress the enemy, or even defeat them. Turns out, Lord Dara is really weak. An old lord said. The competition for treasures in the land of the light pillar became more intense. In addition to Lu Liu and Hong Yi, Mu Yuan also sent out Bone 2 and 17, among others, to compete for other treasures. However, their other battles resulted in more losses than victories. Bone 2, Bone 4, 17, Rakshasa, June, all of them defeated by the strongmen from various territories. Only Bone 3 emerged victorious. Notice: you have obtained Miracle Blueprint A middle. Training Field, Rare. Notice: you have obtained Miracle Blueprint A middle. Cultivation Quiet Room, Rare. Notice: you have obtained Nun's Remnant Soul X3, Rare. The 3 souls of the nun were the treasures won by Bone 3. The nun's souls would definitely awaken healing skills. They could not heal the undead, but they could significantly improve the medical level of Tan Yuan territory. After all, it had previously been 0. He also competed for the Spring Spirit's Remnant Soul, Witch's Remnant Soul, Hot Cannon Platform Blueprint, Calming Tea Tree and so on, but lost in all these rounds. It was inevitable. After all, an old lord is an old lord. The advantage of time is not so easy to catch up with. And the competition for these treasure pools wasn't that big yet. On the stages of the previous few rare 3-star remnant souls, several elite-level strongmen had taken the stage. The old lord's attention was mostly focused there, considering whether they could grab another treasure. Who would bother to pay attention to the so-called Lord Tan Yuan? Only a few, who knew they had no ability to compete for treasures, were like spectators eating melons by the side, constantly gasping in surprise, and some were chasing after the figure of Big Boss Tan Yuan. The mysterious Big Boss Tan Yuan has fought in 8 rounds, with 3 wins and 5 losses. His record doesn't seem outstanding. Another new lord nodded at the comment, but suddenly froze in realization. Wait, Big Boss Tan Yuan is just like us, also a new lord, huh? At this time, the competition for the several rare 3-star remnant souls was the most intense. 2 of them already had confirmed donors, while the elite of the old lords were still competing for the rest. They'd occasionally look at the competing arena with a serious gaze, then steal glances at their competitors. Their gazes would sometimes collide, sparking tension. As a battle will, especially competing in multiple matches, strength is indeed the most important aspect. But strategy is also indispensable. These old lords have not been for long, and the number of elite-level subordinates they had was few, ranging from just a couple to a mere one or two. Assessing whether the opponent still had a trump card was what these lords were racking their brains over at this moment, often waiting until the countdown on the stage was nearing its end before dispatching their own subordinates. Yuan shifted his gaze to the two most precious beams of light, the hero's proof and the key to the secret region. Perhaps the old lords were still focusing on the rare 3-star remnant souls, hence they had not yet started competing for these two. The competition for the hero's proof will undoubtedly be the most intense, and it has to do with the lack of more specific information about this key to the secret region. Betting on a secret realm that may not suit oneself is definitely not as good as having the infinitely possible hero's proof. This is a divine item that many senior lords seek but cannot obtain. The fact that he could pick up one in the wild was truly Huang was a lucky charm. If I let Deadbone compete for the key to the secret region, it would probably be a safe choice, but the hero's proof might be out of my grasp. He wanted to be greedy. For this, he could use some small tactics. Duo Lei, it's up to you. Gulu tilde. Yuan walked straight towards the beam of light where the key to the secret region was stored and lightly touched it. Prompt, please select your troops. Devouring slime a middle. Duo Lei, dressed in an ordinary +3 deep blue robe, stepped onto the wide battlefield in its human-like silhouette, with a complete mimicry posture. The countdown had already started. The sand in the hourglass was slowly streaming down. Duo Lei crossed her arms, her clear eyes sweeping around. Who else? Duo Lei, want to fight 10 of you. The sudden activation of the competitive arena startled the old lords who were fighting for the remnant souls on the other side. The new lords are dishonorable. They actually opened the arena when we were unprepared. Young man, the water of the key to the secret region is too deep. You can't hold it. First, let's eliminate this junior of Yuan, then we brothers will have a serious competition. Good. An old lord spoke confidently. Only one person was fully alert. He was Liu Cheng from the Giant Stone territory, who had experienced the horror of this fire method. However, I was careless in the previous fight. It's still uncertain who will win in another battle. He had considered how to win. He needed to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, not giving the fire method the opportunity to turn into a cannon. Of course, that wasn't enough. In order to secure a win against her, Liu Cheng even borrowed a bead that could enhance fire resistance from his friends. If he faced the fire magic girl again, his chances of winning would be at least 88%. However, I wanted to reserve my trump card for the capture of the hero's proof. It's a pity that I won't have a chance to fight again. Boom! The fireballs fell one after the other like cannonballs, and in the tremors and roars, Duo Lei easily took away the third challenger. Hiss! An old lord gasped. Is this the worth of being number 1 in the national gold list? It's beyond imagination. The 3 challengers that Duo Lei defeated were not strong. All of them were at the peak of the professional level, which was a test by the old lords. Even so, she, Duo Lei, still displayed an invincible might. Time ticked away, and for several consecutive minutes, no lords took to the stage. The lords were thinking, to defeat this fire magic girl, who could continuously throw fireballs without interruption, and whose output was extremely exaggerated, they would have to send out their main generals. But once the main general is defeated, a broken bar. For a moment, a halberd guard who had just entered the elite level took action. After tens of rounds of fighting, it still lost to the fire magic girl. But it also forced out the girl's real power of flight. A powerful lord was about to make a move. The Lord of Huashui, Lu Hongfei. He was one of the most competitive lords here, on par with the Looking Sky Lord. Even so, even when facing the main general of a newbie lord, the Lord of Huashui was still very cautious. The performance when fighting against the halberd guard is still not the full strength of this fire magic girl. Her real killer move is a super large fireball technique that has extremely destructive power, which even energy armor can't defend against. In the ear of the Lord of Huashui echoed Liu Cheng's whisper. He had a slight friendship with Liu Cheng. After paying some price, He got more detailed information about the fire magic girl, and borrowed a bead that could enhance fire resistance from Liu Cheng. Everything is ready, and the chance of winning is full. Let me see what the capabilities of the legendary top newbie are. Go, my subordinate, tear the enemy apart. A grey figure entered the field. It was over 2 meters tall, covered in dense grey hair, and had a slightly hunched body, exposing the part of the back of its head, where the hair stood out like spikes. Its eyes were blood red, the armor was spiked, showcasing its ferocity and bloodlust. It's the ferocious wolf warrior. The rank of the ferocious wolf warrior is slightly lower than that of the giant, but this subordinate is an old general who has been following the Lord of Huashui through battles. He has remarkable achievements and a high level. He stared fixedly at the shadow in the distance, his bloodthirsty gaze hiding the cunning of an old general. It had spiritual wisdom. It no longer acted simply on instinct, and could also carry out more precise operations under instructions. When the countdown to the battle on the field reached 0, the ferocious wolf warrior immediately burst forth with energy. Flames rose up and entangled around itself, turning into energy armor that covered its entire body. Boomer! Exclamation mark. The ground cracked, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out, and the ferocious wolf warrior disappeared. The next second, it appeared at the side of the fire magic girl, and its large blade, taller than a person, swept past. But he missed again. Her rise into the air was so fast. The Lord of Huashui thought to himself, because it's a leap da tilde. Standing in the sky above, Duo Lei raised her hand, and in between breaths, she condensed one hot fireball after another, and then continuously threw them down onto the land. Yet, the ferocious wolf warrior easily broke free from the bombardment of the fireballs, his energy armor hardly damaged. He pulled out blade after blade from his storage device, his muscles bulging as he threw them into the fray. The blades tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The flying magical girl dodged most of them, but there were still 2 blades that she couldn't avoid, and her thin robe was pierced. Clang-gu-a! The sound of metal clashing emanated from beneath her robe. She's wearing treasure armor. Indeed, these top-ranking commanders from the next generation surely carry 3 or 4 pieces of rare equipment. Yuan, I apologize, I am the inadequate one, the fault is mine. The magical girl continued to unleash her fireballs. The ferocious wolf warrior kept sprinting, breaking out from the exploding flames, and occasionally counterattacking with hidden weapons. The 2 commanders seemed to be at a stalemate. However, the energy armor took a heavy toll on the user. If this stalemate continues, the ferocious wolf warrior would undoubtedly be the first to fall. It should have been like this. Fortunately, I borrowed the fire resistance bead from Liu Cheng. The ferocious wolf warrior is equipped with rare treasure armor and possesses the fire resistance bead. Even if he gets hit by several fireballs, he'll only suffer superficial injuries that won't affect his combat power. If the magical girl wants to use the super large fireball, I will let the ferocious wolf warrior activate his energy armor, and there will be enough time. So judge the Lord of Huashui. At his indication, the ferocious wolf warrior had already taken off his energy armor, only a faint glow of energy still emanating from him, enough to mislead the opponent. In actual fact, the ferocious wolf warrior's energy consumption was quite low. If they continued this stalemate, the advantage would soon heavily favor him. Victory was at his fingertips. Such was the strategy of a cunning veteran lord. Even when the Lord of Danny Yuan rises to the top in the future, he would not forget this tough lesson learnt today. However, the magical girl hovering midair suddenly stops her bombardment. Has she run out of energy? No, it can't be this soon. But then she raises her arms again, her fingertips glowing with a dazzling arc of electricity. Similarly, within her eyes, a faint arc of lightning emerges. A blinding thunderbolt falls from the sky, followed by more unceasingly, much like the previous machine gun-like fireball technique. The ferocious wolf warrior was forced to hastily form his energy armor due to these attacks, but he still suffered significant injuries. Next, winds surge, visible, green cyclones of wind swirling around the fiery magical girl. They transform into howling blades of wind, crashing down with a mighty force. They chop the ground, leaving behind smooth cuts, and also cause cracks to form in the energy armor of the ferocious wolf warrior, leading him to increase his energy output and repair the damage. But he could only barely hold on. He ran around frantically amongst the fire, lightning, and wind. Like countless calamities unleashed, chasing the grey figure. The pupils of the Lord of Huashui contracted abruptly. He looked at the girl in the sky, nonchalantly raining down disaster as if it were child's play. Her seemingly clear but dim-witted eyes looked harmless, but it was the greatest mockery towards him. When did you make me believe that you could only use fire magic? Indeed, when was that? Liu Cheng, you deceived me. Under the continuous bombardment, the ferocious wolf warrior finally fell. His energy was drained too excessively, leading to defeat. I, Duo Lei I, am quite powerful. In the spiritual link, Ms. Duo claimed, accompanying her words was an emoticon of slime with hands on hips. She is just so versatile, without a single weakness, and smart. Shaking the hearts of the lords, Liu Cheng fell into self-doubt. Other lords also hesitated. The question is not this child is terrifying, but rather, do they still stand any chance of challenging and defeating this mysterious girl with an unknowable past? She's just too mysterious. Just like the Lord of Yuan, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and remains a mystery till today. The combination of flying and quick bombardment was also very troublesome. Most of their commanders would feel stifled when facing this girl. The Lord of Huashui also hesitated. He still had an ace up his sleeve, a commander stronger than the ferocious wolf warrior. However, after consideration, he shook his head. He had reserved this trump card for obtaining the hero's proof. It couldn't be used here. Far away, someone initiated the capture of the hero's proof. Like a spark that lit the fire, it drew the attention of most of the lords. For the moment, the number of challengers greatly decreased. After Duo Lei I managed to defeat two not very strong elite challengers, she aimlessly hovered mid-air, swaying back and forth. Time passed by. Ding. Notification. You have obtained the special item key of the secret realm. Please check the details yourself. At this moment, Liu Cheng's giant fell heavily to the ground, regrettably dropping out of the competition for the hero's proof. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Even the common elite commanders were like mere extras, defeated within a handful of moves. Despite that, some seasoned lords were still desperate enough to send their own commanders into the fray, grasping at the slim chance. They were willing to sacrifice other treasures for the remote chance of obtaining the hero's proof, because it represented infinite possibilities. The other lords stood on the sidelines, their eyes filled with envy. They didn't even have the opportunity to gamble on a slim chance and were destined to be mere spectators. Being a commander who had already taken the field, the Lord of Yuan watched from afar, without showing any intention to step forward. The giant has been defeated, and Liu Cheng, who has also become a spectator, inexplicably wonders if Lord Yuan will launch a stronger fighter to shock everyone. He shook his head sarcastically, thinking that he must have been frightened by the mysterious and seemingly boundless girl from Lord Yuan's side, resulting in such a bizarre idea. He's already as strong as if he is cheating. How could there be a main general stronger than the mysterious girl? That's impossible. Lord Yuan has indeed shown no interest in competing. To dispatch a general, the Lord has to take the initiative and touch the light pillar for it to work. Sending the troops alone won't do. Only when the Lord himself steps forward and touches the light pillar can they get the prompt and send their generals to battle. Seeing Lord Yuan retreating to the outskirts, several lords competing for the hero's proof heaved a sigh of relief. Without realizing it, they had unconsciously considered Yuan as an equal opponent. They threw themselves into the intense battle, focusing their minds and preparing for battle. They dared not miss a single detail. As time slowly passed, the competition for other treasures had ended, leaving only the last light pillar still diffusing a faint divine light. The 8th battle is over. In this battle, the deeply hidden super general sent by Lord of Huashui was defeated on the spot. The opponent was more concealment. He pounded the ground in a bit of unwillingness. In the field, an elite-level ogre stood proudly. He opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, slightly lifted his skull to look around, and continuously beat his belly. He was invincible. From the second battle, He fought all the way until now. He won all 7 battles and was nearly a god. This was the invincible war god of Looking Sky Lord. No one dared to challenge him again. After each battle, the ogre showed his invincible posture, and the old lords could not figure out how to win. They sat down in despair. But they had to accept reality. Looks like the hero's proof will fall into Wang Wang's hands. Wang Wang is about to take off. His ogre is already quite smart. It would not be difficult for him to pass the hero trial. The Lord sighed. The countdown on the battle platform came to a sudden halt. Another challenger took the field, wearing grey armor and standing as tall as an ordinary person. He was tightly wrapped, revealing nothing, and one could only guess that this was a close combat type of troops. But whose general is this? Lord A looked at Lord B. You're not willing to admit defeat and sneakily sent another general? Lord B defended himself. I have no more generals who can go. He then looked at Lord C. Lord C also said, it's really not me. He turned his gaze towards Lord D. Liu Cheng. Liu was always cunning. But Liu was not standing in front of the treasure pillar, so he had no chance to replace it. He was also puzzled and subconsciously looked back. Lord Tan Yuan was still the same as before, a spectator, standing far outside of the vortex. Yes, Lord Shepherd did not participate in the battle. But as a hero, Deadbone touched the light pillar and took the stage. For this, he changed his equipment and shrank himself to the size of a strong young man, as a skeleton that could manipulate bones. Changing his height, appearance, and so forth is of course basic operation. This is quite reasonable. Deadbone, who came to the field, was extraordinarily serious. He was facing a formidable enemy. The ogre's tricks had long been exposed. He did not hide anything. As soon as he made his move, it was a major attack. His body rapidly inflated. From a height of over 6 meters, it climbed to 10 meters, 12 meters, 16 meters, 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a creature twice as tall as the giant. This was a high-level skill enlarging. It was not an innate skill of the ogre, but a divine skill he had learned during a fortunate encounter. It was because of this skill that the ogre could sweep all competitors and demonstrate his invincible power. Under enlarging, any skill he used could have several times the destructive power. No one could resist his attack head-on. This unidentified general is no different. How many moves can he withstand? The 20-meter-tall giant cast a large shadow. But the next moment, there was a black fog, even larger than the shadow, spreading from this mysterious general. The ground shook violently like a wave. Deadbone's body also floated in the air without the wind, shrouded in the terrifying black storm. Most of the energy crystals attached to his armor and bones had shattered, turning into pure energy ready for immediate absorption. It poured into his limbs and flowed to the silvery skeletal remains spreading around him. A pair of arms as large as those of a giant beast pounced from the black fog. Then came the torso and legs, which quickly expanded and took shape. This was the giant human of death remains derived from the giant beast of death remains. But if it was just that, the giant human of death remains would just be a large empty shell. Though good at besieging cities and capturing territories, they definitely can't deal with the enlarged ogre, with its large body, sturdy flesh and incredible agility. However, the giant beast of death remains is a very old technique. After such a long time, how could Deadbone not upgrade this skill, especially after evolving into Skeleton General, making a qualitative breakthrough in energy usage? Tens of thousands of black threads were spreading over the giant bones, intertwining and wrapping around, as if filling the skeletal frame with flesh and fur. Then, on the outermost part of the giant, they wove an ancient armor with an ordinary design but overwhelming pressure. The black giant armor was draped over the giant. The already airborne Deadbone fell on the giant's neck, and a giant head wrapped in a black helmet formed almost instantly. All these happened in the blink of an eye. The armored giant stepped heavily on the ground, creating a violent wind and dust wave like a tsunami. In front of the giant ogre, he cast an even larger and more horrifying shadow. What is that? An old lord had just said that the ogre was invincible. When he saw a huge black armored giant rising in the black fog, he turned dumbfounded and kept mumbling, "Who is this general? How terrifying this power is! This must be a veteran elite general." able to use energy armor to construct a giant body. What a ridiculous idea and exaggerated manipulation. The ogre, which already had intelligence, was feeling a sudden fear. Angry at his own fear, it roared, holding a huge wooden stick, igniting the burning orange energy flame, trying to bring an invincible force with both hands, and slammed it heavily. It was grabbed by a black palm, unable to advance even an inch. On the towering black armored giant, a pair of crimson eyes slowly ignited like light that disdains everything in the darkness. "Do you dare to dance?" Such words seemed to echo in the ears of the ogre. It continued to roar in rage, wanting to fight desperately. But the armored giant extended another hand at a speed faster than it, smashing it into the ground. Then, the giant, with agility that was not commensurate with its size, kept smashing with its fists. Gray energy rippled where the fists fell, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The ogre being beaten sank further down. 10 fists, 20 fists, 30 fists. The fists carrying the power of the curse rained down. The giant ogre could initially resist a little, but it quickly got confused by the beating, with its strength diminishing increasingly and wounds worsening. Its wide eyes were full of disbelief. "You are clearly so much stronger than me. How could you use such a move?" Bimo. The weakened ogre was completely swung away, turning into light particles and disappearing in the duel arena, reverting to its original form outside of the arena. It was as aggrieved as a 2-ton child. After the giant figure had dissipated, the skeleton general returned to its ordinary original look, its gaze thinly sweeping around. It was calm, without words. In others' eyes, it had absolute confidence and pride. He truly was invincible. "Who else dares to dance in my presence?" No one. Not a single one. The old lords were just staring blankly until the 10 minutes ended. The dueling platform was closed, and a silhouette in silver-gray armor appeared outside the light pillar with the hero's proof in hand. He looked around a few times, then parted the crowd to leave, disappearing into the secret realm in the blink of an eye. It was only at this point that the lords around finally took a deep breath. The pressure from the mysterious man was too great. Yuan sighed with relief. Luckily, nothing unexpected happened. He had prepared various contingency plans for Skeleton General getting mobbed after obtaining the hero's proof. It seemed that Skeleton, appearing in the form of the skeleton giant, had indeed left a psychological shadow on many lords. The firepower had not been wasted. This was also one of the reasons why he let Skeleton act as a mysterious man and operate on his own. After this battle, few people talked about Yuan territory. They were guessing the identity of the grey-armored man. "He is a lord. In this secret realm, there is an 18th lord besides us." One lord said this. He saw the hero's proof in the mysterious man's hand. "Old silver coin. This lord is obviously powerful, but he is overly tricky." Damn it. With all the treasures of the secret realm being looted, the lords naturally have no intention of lingering, especially the lords who just fought for some good treasures. Some lords were on guard around, ready to leave. Lord Shepherd was even more so. He whispered, "Return." He disappeared from the secret realm in a moment, but just before leaving, he seemed to hear someone shouting, "Please add me as a friend, boss." Nope. The warm sunshine of Yuan territory was sprinkled on the ground. After being busy for several days, finally we can rest a bit. How about we make some delicious food? These days I haven't patrolled. Not okay. I have to see if there are any missteps. The sun is too bright. I miss my grave. How about some cultivation? The subordinates of Skeleton General went to do their own things. Yuan felt a little like lying down for a nap, but before that, he first took a look at the materials needed for the training field and cultivation quiet room. Then he placed an order to purchase them in the trading area. At this time, shock. Mysterious Lord made a move, won the hero's proof with the form of an armored giant. Lord Yuan appears in level 1 resource secret realm. Lord Dar initiates a challenge. Lord Dar has fallen. This battle was witnessed by 17 lords. I'm a scene ranger. I bear witness that Lord Dar fell very fast, within a second. In Dar territory, a certain lord's face turned both green and red. "You know nothing. You know nothing at all." But Lord Yuan's power is too strong. It seems that he was another subordinate who is no less impressive than Hong Yi's shadow. I can't catch up. He seemed somewhat downcast. He's already recruited a future general with 1-star excellence, and until today he was full of confidence to cut down Wang Ba and challenge Tan Yuan, but he now didn't have a bit of self-confidence left. By the time His Excellent Dear General gets promoted to professional level or elite level, Lord Tan Yuan's subordinates would have only reached higher positions. If he's one step slow, he'll be slow in every step. He would always live in the shadow of Lord Tan Yuan. No, I still have a chance. At the heroic ceremony, the heroes recruited at the ceremony, some of them possess high ranks. This is my only chance to catch up with Lord Tan Yuan. These heroes are either scholars, wise or powerful. With a certain amount of experiences, they even come with treasures and blueprints. Lordship is not determined by battle will at the heroic ceremony. Even if you can fight, it's useless. Whether you have unique qualities that can attract the heroes is the key to distinguish among the lords. The next day, the weather was clear. The once formidable Lord Shepherd, who had a record of wide-scale slaughtering in the secret realm, was now riding a shared bicycle to the Beijiang Association to receive the goods he ordered yesterday. He had again made a significant purchase. The costs of constructing the training field and the cultivation quiet room, both of which are air-level buildings, were much higher than those of the Mage Tower and the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower. Simply the rare materials required for each were 2 pieces, with a cost of as high as more than 20 soul crystals. This is not even including the more expensive blueprint value. After all, whether you buy one thing or buy 100 things, it's still buying. Unable to resist, Mu Yuan bought another batch of remnant souls. Half a day later, thump, thump, thump. Outside the miracle building, shrouded in light and shadow, Lulu was commanding quite a few Imperial guards, strong shooters, and halberd guards to transport various materials from inside and outside the territory. They also called on 20 or so civilians to assist the troops in some more meticulous operations. Even so, Lulu couldn't resist picking up a hammer and rolling up his sleeves to hammer away at the silhouette of the miracle building under construction, in order to further speed up the construction process. Soon, in a fraction of the time it took to construct the Mage Tower and the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, the 2 functional miracle buildings were completed. Cultivation Quiet Room, Rare, Level 1. Description: contains 30 single rooms for cultivation, with moderate uplifting of soul sand absorption speed, and calming mind effect. Upgrading can enhance the building's effect and expand more space. This place is very similar to the Breakthrough Dojo, with individual rooms partitioned inside. The space is not cramped at all, and the word quiet is written on the walls of the rooms like a flowing dragon and snake. When one looks at it, one will indeed feel a little less restless. Mu Yuan instantly liked this place. Perhaps lying on a bed for meditative cultivation is not a bad idea. The cultivation quiet rooms buffs can stack to a certain extent with the buff of soldier buildings. For instance, normally, skeleton soldier requires 12 hours of cultivation per day to reach saturation, yielding 1000 points of experience. In an environment of the skeleton cemetery, skeleton soldier only needs 6 hours of cultivation to reach saturation and can gain 1800 points of experience. If one utilizes both the skeleton cemetery and the cultivation quiet room, soldier's cultivation efficiency will be further enhanced, yielding 2400 points of experience per day, but the cultivation time will have to be extended to 8 hours. Is that a problem? Absolutely not. Even if it means working 16 hours during the day and spending another 8 hours cultivating at night, as long as it improves the speed of leveling up, it is totally manageable. Furthermore, when supplemented with some special treasures and grade amplifiers, the cultivation speed of generals like Deadbone and Duo Lai can be several times faster than ordinary rare soldiers. Of course, the cost will also multiply. A broken bar. Mu Yuan had no plans to cultivate. How could he afford the time to lie down and cultivate? At this point, he bypasses the entrance to the quiet room and arrives at the training field. Training field, Rare, Level 1. Description: contains 3 spacious areas for practice and combat sparring. The ground and the surroundings are made of high-strength alloys, with defensive and absorbing runes embedded, which can be repaired using soul sand if damaged. Additionally, the training field provides a buff to improve concentration and accelerate energy recovery. Upgrading the training field level can improve the resistance of the practice field and open up more practice space. Note: the building cannot be upgraded due to the insufficient rank of the territory. The training field looks a bit futuristic, like an inverted silver giant ball, just 3 or 4 stories high. When he walked up, the door made a beep and slid open to both sides. Yuan tapped the wall with 2 fingers together. The dark silver wall produced a bang sound. It felt solid. Looking forward, what met the eyes was a round area with a silver pillar in the middle that could be circled by several people. Below the pillar was a row of circular benches. Apart from that, the area was empty, with only 3 alloy doors embedded in the wall, big enough for 3 or 4 people to enter side by side. They led to the real training field. Beep, Lord Card. The door creaked slowly open, revealing a vast, pristine training ground that was even larger than Yuan had imagined. At least 400 meters, a single training ground covers several times the area of the entire miracle building. Indeed, space technology is utilized. With the training field, this lord can finally practice his battle skills. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly entered Duo Lei mode. Injecting 80% of his Duo Lei power gave him an invincible illusion. The energy dispersed around him as he relaxed, creating a visible light blue tide. Since the lord's power was already maxed out, his value in this mode as the Great Lord Mu might be slightly higher than Dead Bone and Duo Lei, but it was only slightly higher in terms of values. In other aspects, it was very, 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 very low. After all, he wasn't like the soldiers who had ingrained combat into their instincts. Nor was he like the second-generation lords who had received various trainings early on and could quickly master their powers. From a rational point of view, his skill utilization was not bad. But Mr. Mu had never experienced a real battle or even properly practiced his own abilities. It's time to use my true power. With a thought, energy converged on the soles of his feet. He used the leap skill, and like a bullet shot from a barrel, his body flew out. He gave it everything he had for that leap. The wind howled past his cheeks. The training field ceiling rapidly approached in his field of vision. He was about to hit it. Yuan's pupils contracted. Energy quickly flowed through his limbs, and he leaned his whole body backwards. Bang! Like a gecko, he landed on the ceiling with all 4s, then using the reversed gravity, his body adhered to the ceiling. He barely had time to catch his breath. He almost thought he would smash his head against the ceiling. Using the ability at full power is indeed different from simulating it in my head. He reversed the gravity again and fell naturally from a height of 200 meters. His entire body turned upside down in midair, swayed a few times, and then finally stabilized. Rotating, jumping, even with his eyes closed, he was very steady. Wind, fire, he whispered, and a gentle wind and warm fire sprung from his left and right palms, intensifying as he continued to infuse energy. The wind turned from gentle to violent, waving his sleeves fiercely. The fire turned from warm to scorching, radiating in all directions. The dazzling glow was like a small orange sun, enveloping his entire figure. But as the manipulator, Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, but felt very relaxed. He had probably completely mastered Duo Lei's power, and might even surpass Duo Lei. Could it be that he's actually a genius? Focusing on the forces of wind and fire in his hands, Yuan balanced their powers, and with a low growl, he clapped his palms together. The powers of wind and fire merged at that moment. Under his command, they were pushed forward, creating a tornado of fire that could tear and melt everything. And the next moment, boom! The scorching fire began to expand, breaking free from the not tightly enough bound wind, and impacting the surroundings in a more violent way, swallowing the faintly visible figure in midair. A deafening boom erupted in the training field. The whole ground was shaking and rumbling. However, as a miracle building, the soundproofing function is very powerful. Only the Dead Bone, which was dragged by Bone 2 and Bone 3 for a fight, vaguely heard something, but it seemed like a delusion. They dripped and entered into the second training room. At this moment, in the first training room, on the scorched ground, a not completely scorched humanoid object was lying down, opening its mouth, and exhaling a circle of faint smoke.